Thank you. Members, please take your seats. The first item on the order paper is member statements. As usual, if members wish to be called to make a statement, they should be continually rising in their places, and those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. I just would like to remind members that interventions are not permitted. I won't be taking any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. So I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Members, the beginning of the year was marked by the launch of the prevalence and impact of adverse childhood experiences, grounding new research which found that almost 1 in 5 within our society here were experiencing 4 or more adverse childhood experiences. Now, as we approach the end of the year, the Simon community have followed with another new study which was launched here last week, considering the lived experiences of people here who are currently living within homeless, temporary, hostel accommodation, which again devastatingly showed a significant level of adversity and trauma experienced. We know from the May 2025 UNICEF report on child wellbeing in an unpredictable world that the overall trend is a reduction in children's life satisfaction. This reflects the findings of the 2024 Young Life and Times and Kids Life and Times surveys, which found that the wellbeing of 11-year-olds have declined in recent years, and furthermore, almost half of all 16-year-olds have probable mental ill health. It is now more pressing than ever to provide joined-up thinking, particularly across communities, justice, health and education departments, in terms of delivering policy and legislation which will deliver an expansive vision of doing right by our children here. This should include a key focus on tackling adverse childhood experiences which can impact on a person's physical, mental and behavioural health, quality of life and access to opportunities. We all have a duty to once and for all tackle child poverty, deliver housing security, improve educational attainment, provide family support services, enhance mental health and wellbeing services, strengthen rehabilitation and justice diversion services, and fundamentally secure a stable future for all our young people. Every child is filled with tremendous promise and potential, and we have a shared obligation to foster and protect that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ciara. I call Harry Harvey.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. This week marks Baby Loss Awareness Week, a time to remember and honour the lives of babies who have died during pregnancy, at birth or shortly after. It is also a time to acknowledge the deep grief experienced by parents and families, and to reaffirm our collective commitment to supporting those who have endured such unimaginable loss. This year marks the 23rd year that Baby Loss Awareness Week will run between the 9th and 15th of October. Every day in the UK, 13 babies die before, during or after birth, and this figure doesn't include miscarriage. Across the country, families will light candles, wear pink and blue ribbons and take part in remembrance events to break the silence that too often surrounds baby loss. Their courage in sharing their stories helps others feel less alone and encouraged to open, compassionate conversations about miscarriage, stillbirth and neonatal death. The week culminates in a global wave of light at 7 p.m. on the 15th of October, where everyone is invited to light a candle, leave it burning for at least an hour to remember all babies. We must continue to advocate for high-quality bereavement care, better support for families, and continued investment in research to reduce preventable deaths. To all parents who have lost a baby, your children are remembered, your grief is seen, and your love endures. I invite all members to join me in recognising Baby Loss Awareness Week and in supporting the families and organisations working tirelessly to bring comfort, awareness and hope. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Harry. I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Principal Deputy Speaker, this week marks National Hate Crime Awareness Week. I would like this Assembly to join with organisations across the United Kingdom who are marking this important week, encouraging those who are victims or witnesses to hate crimes to report them to the authorities. Hate crimes are a scourge in our society. Many in this chamber have been subject to hate crimes at home and at places of work. Depressingly, data released by the PSNI shows that in the 12 months to the end of June 25, there are almost 2,300 hate crimes across Northern Ireland, with 1,329 of these being motivated by racial issues. This is the highest figure since records began in 2004. It's horrifying that hate crimes have become such commonplace in Northern Ireland. Every person in Northern Ireland has the right to live without fear or intimidation. During Hate Crime Awareness Week, and indeed during every week. If you're a victim of hate crime or an incident, it is good to speak to someone who can hear about your experience. Support services are available and can help deal with the impact of crime, such as the Hate Crime Advocacy Service, who offer a safe and confidential space to provide support to victims of hate and signal crimes across different protected characteristics. In the summer just past, we witnessed shameful scenes of families being burned out of their homes, something we thought we had left in our past. This toxic racist rhetoric has been amplified by the spread of misinformation, the lack of government action, which has been fuelled by social media platforms failing to monitor rampant tirades of hate. Principal Deputy Speaker, the individual targets in these crimes were attacked or terrorised solely because of the colour of their skin, their background or their community. These are real people with real families. At this time, I'm calling on our executive to do more to protect those who are targeted simply for the colour of their skin or their race. If we are to truly tackle hate crime, then there needs to be a purposeful move in prioritising action against race hate at all levels. From Westminster getting a grip with social media platforms to the Executive Office promoting and delivering on its range of strategies, which thus far have not extended beyond soundbites or press releases. I pledge to support my constituents across East Antrim. I trust that all in this chamber will both agree with me that one day we should not need a Hate Crime Awareness Week, but until that day, I pledge to deliver my actions by working and delivering hope, not hate. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. I call Aoife Finnegan.
Gurmayaga, Lesh Concordia. I want to take a moment today to highlight the incredible work being done by Youth Club for All in South Armagh, a small community-led group with a huge heart and an even greater impact. This group was born out of determination of parents who simply refused to accept that their children with additional needs should be left without a place to belong. When formal inclusion for youth provision was stopped during COVID, these parents, supported by Sinn Féin, worked to get it reinstated. Out of that was born Youth Club for All, a safe, inclusive environment where young people with additional and complex needs can socialise, learn and thrive alongside their peers. Over the past 2 years, Youth Club for All has transformed lives. For many families, it is their only outlet outside of school and the only opportunity for them to develop friendships and confidence and a safe space outside of school. Parents have described it as a lifeline, and that is exactly what it is. But it should never have to rely solely on the goodwill of volunteers and the determination of parents. These young people deserve consistent, statutory support, not a piecemeal provision that depends on who can fight the hardest. The reality is that the Education Authority has no statutory obligation to provide youth service for children and young people with additional needs. That gap leaves families fighting year after year to secure basic inclusion, and that is not good enough. We also have a serious deficit in post-19 services. Too often, when young people with additional needs reaches adulthood, the support simply disappears. There is no youth clubs, no meaningful day opportunities, no funded pathways that recognise their abilities, interests and the right to continue participating in community life. That is why Sinn Féin have consistently called for the Government to stand up properly for post-19 youth provision, so that young people with additional needs are not simply left behind once they turn 19. And I encourage the Minister of Education in this department to complete the priorities for youth review as soon as possible. Youth Club for All stands as proof of that works. When inclusion is done right, when family, staff and the community work together to make sure every child is valued and supported, it should not be the exception, it should be the standard. The families involved in Youth Club for All do not want charity. They want fairness, equality and a system that recognises their children as having the same rights as everybody else. It's time for the Education Authority and the Department for Education to step up and take responsibility to ensure that inclusion is not optional, it is guaranteed.
Thank you, Aoife. I call Paul Frew.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I wish to place on record my appreciation and gratitude for everyone, individual and organisation, who has spoken to me and engaged with me on my private member's bill and individual duty of candour. I've met with so many people, so many victims, so many staff members of our healthcare service and so many organisational bodies that represent either healthcare staff or people who have been victims of a lack of candour. But the consultation that I ran, an e-consultation online, was carried out using Google Forms software. The consultation ran for a period of 14 weeks. It was launched on the 4th of July and closed at 5 p.m. on Friday, the 10th of October. The e-consultation consisted of 25 questions with a mixture of multiple choice questions and a variety of questions that enabled people to respond freely with text. A total of 111 responses were recorded on the online consultation. This was accompanied by a number of written responses that were also received via post and email. The consultation process has involved significant engagement with stakeholders, whether this be through in-person meetings, email, phone calls or in writing. A considerable contribution has been made by stakeholders to the development of this bill. The consultation was overwhelmingly supportive of the bill proposal. Of the 111 online respondents, 104, 94% of those respondents were in favour of an individual duty of candour. We also received positive responses from NIPSO and New Script Mental Health Charity. The online consultation showed a vast amount of support for the bill from victims and families of victims of malpractice or wrongdoing in the health service. The consultation also focused on the current practices for whistleblowing and current reporting mechanisms that exist across the health service. The online consultation sought to gain opinion on whether current whistleblowing legislation protects the complainant adequately, supports the complainant adequately. 86 of the 108 respondents, 80%, believed that it did not, and that further strengthening of existing legislation was required. Furthermore, the follow-up question was asked to assess what people felt needed to change about the current legislation, and common themes in this answer were accountability and protection for the complainant. And that's what the bill seeks to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I call Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Over a year ago, I was contacted by a group of concerned special school principals regarding the removal that had already taken place and planned removal of nursing provision within their schools. This progressive chipping away of an essential service is happening at a time when we're hearing more and more about the increasing complexity of need, and particularly medical needs in our special schools. Nursing provision in special schools is absolutely essential. The suggestion that classroom assistants can simply take over these duties previously undertaken by a medical professional, which is what was being proposed by the PHA, is in my view simply unfair. Principals have been clear about the incredible amount of stress that this places on all staff in special schools, and that while classroom assistants provide fantastic support in the classroom, they are simply not medical professionals with the clinical expertise required to deliver this kind of specialised support, and it also places them in an incredibly vulnerable position in terms of their own personal liability when care plans don't go to plan. Following engagement with both the Health and Education Ministers, the Health Minister gave an assurance that the issue would be considered as part of a wider PHA review of the population health needs of children attending special schools in Northern Ireland. An Assembly question response from the start of September assured me that an assessment of nursing provision in special schools would form a key element of this review. While aspects of the report that has now been published are encouraging, particularly the need to listen to the lived experiences of children and young people and the need for better cross-departmental collaboration between health and education, the report has still given no clarity on whether nursing provision will be restored in the settings where it has been lost, or if it will be protected on those that still have it. Both parents and principals were left in limbo for almost a year, waiting for the outcome of this review, and following the report being published are still no clearer on what the Minister will do. It is also concerning to me that only 6 families from 2 of the 5 trust areas were interviewed on this issue to inform the evidence for the report. Given the seriousness of the issue, I would have hoped that more effort would have been made to ensure that there would have been broad and wide consultation with the families impacted by these decisions in terms of the care of their children. Significant questions remain regarding the future of nursing provision in special schools, and I urge the Health Minister to provide urgent clarity on how he will address these. This is an absolutely vital service which at times can provide life-saving interventions. This cannot be underestimated, and full nursing provision in special schools must be reinstated as soon as possible.
Thank you, Nick. I call Colin Gilderney.
And I raised this morning to address or to raise the issue of mental health and in particular suicide. And I have to say I'm very conscious that we're just coming out of September when there's a particular focus on the issue of suicide. However, throughout the month of September there has been what I would say a tragic wave of suicides across the South Tyrone area. It has impacted a whole range of people, young and old, men and women, urban, rural, and is just devastating for each and every one of the families involved. I have been asked by some of the families to raise the issue, and we're being asked by families to do more on this issue in general. I have to say it's very disappointing at this time to hear of this review being carried out to the mental health strategy and an indication that that strategy is going to be pared back. We need to be spending more on mental health rather than less, and we have to acknowledge the pain and suffering and every individual impact that has on a particular family, on a set of friends, on a sporting club or whatever. I also want to acknowledge the groups within the area, within the South Tyrone area, who are working so hard to try to reach out to people and to provide a service, sometimes in the absence of statutory services, sometimes alongside them. But there are groups like Niamh Louise and Men's Reach who are doing everything they can in the community and voluntary sector. There are also, I'm aware, many of our clubs and societies and organisations who are also doing what they can to try to raise awareness of this issue and to try to help people at a time of need. And I commend and acknowledge the work of each and every one of those groups. I am making a commitment and have made a commitment that I will work with everyone in our area, in the South Tyrone area, to try to improve the capacity, improve delivery of services, improve outreach to people who are struggling and who are feeling in these situations. And finally, if I could, I would like to directly say to people, please reach out and speak to someone. If you are feeling that you're at risk of harming yourself, please speak to someone in your own circle, someone in some of the groups I have mentioned, or someone in a sports club. The impact is just too great for people, and I would urge all of us to do all we can to address the issue of suicide in the time ahead.
Thank you, Colin. I call Philip Brett.
Deputy Speaker, and it is with a deep sense of pride and hugeful gratitude that I rise to mark the historic occasion of Michael O'Neill's 100th game in charge of Northern Ireland. And despite the best attempts of the officials last night, what a performance it was by the football team to mark that occasion. In football, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, numbers tell part of the story. Goals, results, appearances. But this milestone represents something far greater. It marks a journey of leadership, a journey of belief, and the restoration of national pride here in Northern Ireland. When Michael first took charge of Northern Ireland in 2012, he inherited a side facing massive challenges, but he saw potential in our players where others did not. Through hard work, discipline and vision, he reignited that spark of belief that Northern Ireland could once again stand shoulder to shoulder with Europe's elite. Our 2 weeks in France in 2016 will be forever etched into the national consciousness of this country. They were more than just football matches. They were nights when the whole country smiled together, when Windsor Park roared as one, and when the world took notice once again of Northern Ireland. Under Michael's leadership, our team reminded us that success is not defined by size, but by spirit. He showed through his organisation, determination and togetherness can bridge any gap, and he gave a generation of young fans, which I was once, heroes to believe in the future. When he returned to the job in 2022, he did with the same passion and pride. His focus has never wavered to raise standards, to nurture talent and bring on the next generation of footballers. As Michael said himself, I want every young boy, wherever they're from in Northern Ireland, to play for Northern Ireland. That statement for me, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, encapsulates everything about his vision, one built on pride, one built on opportunity and belief that as a nation we can stand together. So as Michael continues to lead in Northern Ireland, we pay tribute to his commitment, his class and his contribution to our national story. He has earned his rightful place amongst the great figures of our sporting history. On behalf of this Assembly and on behalf of every supporter who dared to dream, we say thank you, Michael. You have given us moments we will never forget, and like you, we believe the best is yet to come. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we are not Brazil, we're Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Philip. I call Neil McAllister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to talk about the autism waiting list here in Northern Ireland. There are currently over 17,000 children in Northern Ireland on a waiting list for an autism assessment. What does that mean? What does that look like? That looks like classrooms that have multiple students who don't have the right support to get them through each day. That looks like teachers who are struggling to carry out their role because they want to do the best to their ability. That looks like parents who are fighting behind closed doors to just hold it all together. But most importantly, it looks like 17,000 children who are struggling. Emotional distress, anxiety, school avoidance and challenges within their own home environment. There's help out there. There's help out there from organisations who, where the statutory bodies fall down, they pick up the pieces. And I want to take this moment to pay tribute and thanks to Autism NI, to the National Autistic Society, and to the many, many parents who have been in touch with me and many across this chamber seeking help. Parents are desperate. So desperate that they're turning to the private sector, over £1,000 in many cases, to pay for an autism assessment. But what does that even mean afterwards? It means that you can access support from many of those organisations in your own home, but in the school, it doesn't actually mean a great deal because they still need that assessment and statement from the education and health departments. We are putting children in danger. We are putting families at risk. Early intervention is key. We are talking about children crying themselves to sleep because they don't want to go to school. We are talking about siblings locking themselves in their bedrooms because they're afraid of the breakdowns and the meltdowns from their siblings who are struggling. And we are talking about parents who many times are silent because they don't think or believe that the help is out there. We need and must do better for all 17,000 of those children. I hope that the Education Minister and the Health Minister together can work on a plan to prioritise and implement the changes that we need, so it's not a postcode lottery, it's not up to principals to select which pupils, it's not up to parents to pay private, so that all of those pupils, those young children, can get the most help and
Time's
the best
up.
help they need.
Thank you, Nuala. I call Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Women and girls participating in sport in Northern Ireland are entitled to equality, fairness and safety. That sounds like common sense, but unfortunately these things are not guaranteed and are not happening in practice, which is why I have been working to bring forward a private members' bill to address this and the many issues surrounding it. My consultation is currently open and it will be until next Friday, the 24th of October, and I've been engaging with a number of organisations, groups, clubs, schools and individuals, and I thank all of those who have been engaging with me so far. Some of the key issues that have come forward across these three main themes in terms of equality is equality of access. There are many barriers in place for women and girls sports. The access to funding, the lack of facilities, the extra kit and complexities, issues around periods, pregnancy, the perception of women and girls in sports, and the additional cost. And the Female Sports Forum have issued a report recently which outlines a lot of those. So these equality issues, equality of access, are important things that need to be addressed. We also have the theme of safety and safeguarding, and there are significant issues across sports here, in particular for our young girls in regard to safeguarding. The need for increased improvements in access NI and vetting checks right across the board is worryingly apparent whenever you get speaking to these organisations, and I would love to see this addressed. Also, we have safety in terms of women feeling unsafe out alone for their exercise and in the evenings. Widespread safeguarding with the lack of single-sex spaces for facilities for changing and showers are also an issue of key concern that needs to be addressed. The third theme of this private members' bill is fairness. Women and girls should be afforded the opportunity for fair competition to be able to excel and be rewarded for success by competition against other biological females. Every woman and girl should have that opportunity to fairly participate in their sports and have the opportunity to be rewarded when they are the best in their category. Women and girls sports are thriving in spite of the many barriers, and just this weekend the Northern Ireland Women's Football Association Awards recognised some clubs and women in my constituency across Valley Rangers and Money Slaying Ladies, which was brilliant to see. But I want to be able to do more. Women and girls in Northern Ireland do deserve to have equality, fairness and safety when they are trying to access and participate in sports, so I would encourage everyone to continue to engage, to reach out to me, and please take part in my consultation to feed into this. Together we can bring this change forward.
Thank you, Diane. Timothy, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Yesterday I secured a matter of the day on the Trump deal, which seems to have brought an end to the conflict in the Middle East. I regret that 24 hours later, I already need to rise to note that Hamas is falling short of their commitments. The terrorists were to return the bodies of all hostages as well as releasing those who had survived. Yet, as I stand here today, only 4 out of the 28 bodies have been returned. My thoughts and prayers are with those families whose agony has been prolonged by the evil terrorists of Hamas in this most cruel fashion. And in contemplating that, my mind also turns to the families of Seamus Maguire, Joe Linsky, Columba McVeigh and Captain Robert Norrick, all abducted, murdered and secretly buried by the IRA. Recently we had Sinn Féin distance itself from the comments of Michelle Gildernew, but it was far from clear what the party actually objected to and what their former MP and minister said. Was it because she agreed with the use of the word murder when it came to the IRA? We recall how Gerry Adams notoriously said that the abduction and secret burial of mother of 10, Jean McConville, was wrong, but it was not a crime. Is the word murder the issue that Miss O'Neill has with Miss Gildernew's remarks? Whether it's in the sands of Gaza or the bogs of South Armagh, the deliberate taking and concealment of human life is not politics, it is barbarism. It's time both Hamas and Sinn Féin IRA delivered closure to the families that they ripped apart.
Thank you. That brings an end to members' statements. If members would just take their ease a moment, we change the table. Thank you.
Members, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on delivery of an investment strategy for Northern Ireland. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly laments the failure to publish an investment strategy for Northern Ireland, promised in the programme for government and critical to the delivery of major infrastructure, economic development, long-term investment and job creation, expresses disappointment at the Executive's failure to meaningfully advance pre-agreed flagship infrastructure projects, including the A5 Western Transport Corridor and Casement Park. Regrets the Executive's failure to implement the recommendations set out in the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review or to deliver increased investment in wastewater infrastructure. Rejects the efforts by some to distract from the clear failure of Executive delivery with petty rows, and calls on the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to publish an investment strategy for Northern Ireland without delay, with clear time-bound delivery plans.
Thank you, and I call Matthew O'Toole to move on behalf of the opposition.
So moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Mr O'Toole, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. When we became the opposition in February of last year, we were clear that we would be a constructive opposition. We meant it then, we mean it now. Constructive doesn't just mean never criticising the Executive, it means criticising the Executive for the right reasons. Constructive, Mr Deputy Speaker, also means building things, delivering things for the people of Northern Ireland. And that is what today's motion is all about. Delivery. Delivery, delivery, delivery. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, building things that will improve the lives of our people, whatever their background, whatever their constitutional perspective, whatever their class. A health system that works with modern hospitals that can treat them, a functioning water system that can give them clean drinking water and allow homes to be built, infrastructure that can allow them to get safely and sustainably from their houses to their works to their place of leisure. Those are the basic things that any society should want to deliver for its people. This Executive, it must be said, Mr Deputy Speaker, is failing at that. It's failing at delivery, and it's failing to build. It's failing to build for the people of the North. Our motion today is clear about that, and we make no apology for being robust in our criticism of the Executive. That's what constructive means. I will in 1 second. Yesterday, the Deputy First Minister accused me of being, I think the word or the phrase she used was moaning Matthew. I am more than happy to take that moniker if it means standing up for the people of the North who were promised better than this and who deserve better than this. We in the opposition make absolutely no apology for being robust in demanding better for the people. I give way.
Thank you, Matthew, for giving way. So we will be supporting the motion, but I do think we took exception, and just picking up some of your wording there, around the line around rejects the efforts by some to distract from the clear failure of executive delivery with petty rows. What do you think that adds to this motion? I think that it distracts and it just looks like petty political politicking.
Well, I appreciate the commentary from the chair of the TO committee. In many ways, her own intervention there was politicking, and that's fine because she, like me, is a politician. She, I think, agrees with me that dragging debates to this chamber, such as on, for example, dual language signing, when there are people out there who are on a waiting list, when there are people out there who are waiting to find out if there's going to be social homes built in their community, that is petty politics. And so that's what I'm talking about. But back to my remarks, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Why do we need an investment strategy? First of all, what is an investment strategy? Well, all of the major economic business representative groups are clear that Northern Ireland needs an investment strategy. It is, in effect, a roadmap for how the Executive intends to deliver key critical infrastructure, not just transport infrastructure, but that's an important part of it too, in terms of road and rail, but also schools, hospitals, wastewater investment, stadia such as Casement Park, which the Gaels and the people of West Belfast have been waiting for now for pretty much a generation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The last finalised investment strategy was in 2011, and in that document it set out very clearly what the Executive intended to do, what it intended to build. Now, it certainly did not deliver everything that was in that programme, but some of it was delivered, and it had a critical role in showing people in the public, private and third sectors what the Executive intended to deliver, so the public out there could hold them to account. They won't do it now, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We are more than a year on from the publication of the draft programme for government, 10 months on from the publication of the final programme for government, which promised, quote, an upcoming investment strategy, which was going to set out how we were going to see prioritisation of road, rail, water, stadia, schools, hospitals. Still no sign of when it's going to come. I asked the Deputy First Minister the other day when it was going to come. She wouldn't give me an answer. She who calls me moaning Matthew for doing my job, for holding the Executive to account. I make absolutely no apology for moaning about failure, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I make no apology for moaning about the state of our health service, for moaning about the abysmal state of our public transport infrastructure compared to other regions. I give credit whenever progress is made, whenever we finally see phase 2 of the glider delivered, whenever we finally see, I'm sure Mr. Brett would agree, night buses delivered to Belfast. I'll give credit whenever we see the wonderful new Grand Central Station open. But I'm not going to be shy about complaining and demanding better for the public of the North. But to come on to the focus of our motion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, our motion is clear that the Executive has failed. It's failed not just to publish an investment strategy, but to make progress on flagship projects. And we name them in our motion. We name them. The A5. The A5, a life-saving project that the people, particularly west of the Bann, particularly in County Tyrone, but also hugely relevant to people in Donegal, Monaghan and Derry, have been promised now for decades. Not only is that not making progress, it's stalled, it's in limbo, it's in chaos because of what appears to be unacceptable ineptitude from the Infrastructure Department and a Sinn Féin minister. Casement Park, as I said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a landmark stadium in the heart of West Belfast, totally in limbo. No sign of progress, not even clear that it's been discussed properly at the Executive. The Finance Minister and Communities Minister batting it back and forward between one another. Extra money coming from both the Irish and British governments, but no plan for delivery from the Executive. The All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review, Mr. Deputy Speaker, an opportunity to decarbonise our economy, to connect this island after the destruction in large parts of our rail network post-partition. How many people are working on the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review in the Infrastructure Department, Mr Deputy Speaker? I found out when I asked a written question, 0.3 of an official, a third of a person, is delivering in many ways the most important decarbonisation and public transport project on this island. I think that is shameful. So I will not apologise for being robust and calling the executive out. But also wastewater infrastructure, Mr Deputy Speaker. When I ask both the Finance Minister and Infrastructure Minister, they dismiss me. They say, but you presumably, what's your plan? What's your plan? We're the opposition, Mr Deputy Speaker. They won't say what their plan is. There was talk for months about a developer levy. I don't know where we are on that plan. I don't know where we are in terms of long-term investment in our wastewater. But every single large business organisation, outside investors, are clear that failure to invest in our wastewater is going to cost us progress. It's not just going to cost us theoretical economic growth. It's going to stop homes being built. A report said it could cost 6,000 homes being built annually. This is preventing people living their lives and being in homes. It's preventing job creation. It's pathetic. Now, does it have to be like this? No, it doesn't. As an opposition, our job is to call for better and to demand better. An investment strategy which sets out clear prioritisation of investment is absolutely critical. We all know that resources are finite. We all know the executive has decisions to take and priorities to set. That's the point of an investment strategy. And that investment strategy is urgent now because we're going to have a multi-year budget, we are told, by the end of this year. It's going to set out 3-year plans for resource, but critically, 4-year plans for capital. How can that budget be set, that 4-year capital budget, if we do not have an investment strategy alongside it? Genuinely, I would love a minister or some other member of an executive party to tell me how. And here's the other thing, Mr Deputy Speaker. Those of us who want to build a new Ireland, who are serious about a new Ireland, need to use every lever that exists now in the north to illustrate the kind of new Ireland that we want to build. And it is unacceptable for Sinn Féin, who hold the key strategic economic departments, not just the First Minister's post, but the Economy Department, which is in charge of our all-island electricity market, the Infrastructure Ministry, which is in charge of delivering or not delivering the All-Island Strategic Rail Review, and indeed the A5, and the Finance Department, which is supposed to be pursuing greater fiscal powers and more devolution independence from London. It isn't doing any of those things. None of those Sinn Féin-led departments are doing anything to deliver on that agenda. All of it could be part of the investment strategy, but we don't know because it hasn't been published, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm not here to be negative, but I'm not here to do the power of positive thinking and hand clap and cheerlead an executive which is demonstrably failing to deliver for the people of the North. Our motion today is about demanding better for the public in Northern Ireland. We are going to keep doing just that because, Mr Speaker, it doesn't have to be like this. Our job is to build something for the people who sent us here. So I say to the executive and all parties today, support our motion if you want to finally get down and build something. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Nicola Brogan.
While we all wish progress was faster, the fact is that most of the projects outlined in this motion are moving forward. It would be lovely if we could just simply snap our fingers and produce major infrastructure developments out of thin air. But the reality is that projects of this scale and importance require careful planning, detailed scrutiny and significant funding. This is proper, responsible governance, and while it can at times be frustrating, the fact is that Sinn Féin ministers are delivering on their promises. Minister Kimmins and her predecessor, Minister John O'Dowd, have both fought tooth and nail for the progression of the A5 road upgrade. And as a representative of West Tyrone and someone who uses this road daily, I appreciate the Minister's commitment to this vital project. And the proposers of this motion know and should know that the reason for the delay to the A5 is really because of continued legal challenges and objections by a minority. And quite frankly, political point scoring on such an important issue is really, really dangerous, and we should all agree that no price or value can be placed on saving lives. Minister Kimmins has engaged extensively with local communities and has addressed every reasonable concern objectors have raised. The Minister has also lodged an appeal to the court judgment on the development of the A5. This appeal has been supported by the Dear Minister as well and is due to be heard in December this year. I've said this before, but I'll say it again, that we need to continue to work together to ensure that the A5 is delivered. It's far too important for the families and the communities that have lost loved ones on this road, and it's too important for all of us that use this road and understand the dangers of it, not to work together to see it upgraded.
The All-Island Rail Review, by its very nature, requires agreement and planning north and south at every step, but it does continue to meet milestones. The European Investment Bank has been working with Minister Kimmins and the Dublin Government on a prioritisation strategy, and the Minister has announced that a progress report is to be published in the autumn. Despite an extremely tight budget that continues to be stripped to the bone by consecutive British governments, investment in wastewater infrastructure is continuing. NI Water are getting 90% of the capital money that they could spend this year, which is an increase from last year. Meanwhile, as mentioned yesterday, the Water, Sustainable Drainage and Flood Management Bill continues to progress. It is an important aspect of the Minister's three-pronged approach to addressing issues around wastewater infrastructure and how we live with water in the future. It will integrate innovative and sustainable drainage solutions into housing developments and provide grants in relation to measures to protect domestic buildings from flooding. Last and quarter, this is not to say that improvements can't be made. Of course they can. And just yesterday, as mentioned, the House saw a list of over 20 pieces of legislation that the Executive intends to introduce or progress in the 25-26 session. And for those projects that continue to face inexcusable delays, such as Casement Park and the investment strategy, it is for those ministers and those parties to explain why they are being delayed. Sinn Féin ministers have their heads down, doing the work and delivering for families and communities right across the north.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So I am going to be supporting this motion today because the case for an investment strategy for Northern Ireland is actually one of the most urgent and important issues before us. It is a test of our ability to plan for the future and not just react to the present. Like many across this chamber, I share real disappointment at the continued failure to publish and implement this. And as I said, we will be supporting it despite the inclusion of the words petty rows. The commitment to a new investment strategy was first made in New Decade, New Approach, with the aim of providing a clear framework for planning our hospitals, schools, transport links, housing and digital infrastructure. It was meant to give Northern Ireland a long-term roadmap for sustainable growth, looking as far ahead as 2050. When the draft investment strategy was put out to consultation in early 2022, people rightly expected that this Assembly would follow through to produce a clear, costed plan showing how public money would be prioritised and spent. Instead, the Assembly collapsed, and while the Executive Office officials reviewed the consultation responses, the process did stall. The Executive, as we know, was restored in February 24 and the programme for government was launched in February 2025. And there was rightly an expectation that this investment strategy would be published and produced to sit alongside this. But yet, almost 5 years after that original commitment, there's still no published strategy. This is a missed opportunity to think long-term, not just about physical infrastructure, but about technological investment, digital connectivity and climate resilience. The last investment strategy covered the period up to 2021 and guided around £21 billion worth of capital investment. Since then in Northern Ireland, our senior officials across our various government departments have been operating without a strategic framework and roadmap to enable them to plan effectively and deliver value for money, and the consequences from this failure are plain to see. Infrastructure pressures are worsening, projects are delayed and the costs continue to rise every month that the priorities drift. However, the cost of inaction is not just measured by money, but in missed opportunities and loss of confidence. Between 2019 and 2023, the estimated cost of major capital projects rose by almost 40%. Wastewater capacity has stalled thousands of new homes across all our constituencies, and I can think of certainly some in South Belfast, and key transport and regeneration projects such as the rapid transit route out through South Belfast it does require investment and planning. We have faced repeated hold-ups and uncertainty, and the Leader of Opposition has already highlighted some of those in his speech, for example, Casement Park. Other parts of these islands are not standing still. The Republic of Ireland's National Development Plan commits over €160 billion to infrastructure investment. Scotland and Wales already have clear long-term frameworks that set out their priorities and are delivering on them, yet Northern Ireland continues to fall behind, not because we lack ability nor ambition, but because we lack coordination and leadership. We are very much as capable as these other parts of these islands in terms of setting and delivering the standards required of our constituents, but we must prove that through delivery. Every week in this chamber, we see what happens when there is no investment strategy. Departments are moving out of sync, working at different speeds, competing for resources instead of collaborating, and this is entirely counterproductive and undermines the efficiency of government here. The absence of a strategy is not just a failure of planning, it does a disservice to our taxpayers, ratepayers who fund our public services, and in turn, without a clear framework, our MLAs on our scrutiny committees here are unable to hold our ministers to account and to scrutinise how billions of pounds of capital investment are being spent. The Strategic Investment Board has the statutory responsibility and expertise to lead on this work, but it cannot do this effectively without clear political leadership from this executive, and publishing this strategy would give the authority and continuity required to allow them to move forward with planning and delivery, even in times of uncertainty. And as we know, we have political stalemate and ineffectiveness at certain times of our mandates here. So I do think that we need to send a clear message with an investment strategy that we are serious about delivery. And the draft Infrastructure Strategy 2025 does need to be brought to the Executive, does need to be signed off, and we need to get it published. So in closing, I'll actually leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Philip Prep.
Deputy Speaker, and I'm going to split this speech into two. One where I agree with the Leader of the Opposition, and two where I disagree with him. The first might be slightly shorter than the second part, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think all in this House, Mr Deputy Speaker, want to see an investment strategy, and no Speaker who is going to stand up here today, I think, will lament the Leader of the Opposition for calling for that. But I think it's important to recognise the context in which the forthcoming publication of the investment strategy will be made in. Firstly, and in fairness to the Leader of the Opposition, he articulated the spending review has taken place, and the Finance Minister and executive colleagues are now working on a multi-year budget, and it was right to wait until we had that before we published our investment strategy, because once again, in fairness to the Leader of the Opposition, had we published an investment strategy in advance of knowing what our affordability envelope was, he would be the first in this chamber to stand up and criticise either the lack of ambition or indeed the lack of ability to deliver that strategy. And secondly, Mr Deputy Speaker, we cannot get away from the judgment that took place in relation to the A5 development. The court ruled that the current climate change targets meant that that capital project and investment strategy could not go ahead. And I'm happy to give way to the Leader of the Opposition now if he really wants to start building things and get that investment moving. If he will join with me in tabling a motion today calling for the Executive to revoke those targets so that we can ensure that they're delivered. Happily give way to the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, I appreciate him giving way. We're not going to do that because we think meeting our climate targets is essential. But I would say this. In order to deliver on your climate targets in a way that is consistent with investment, you do need an investment strategy, because that will, in part, help convince a court that an executive has a credible plan to meet its targets alongside infrastructure development. And it would have helped probably in the A5 case.
So, Mr Deputy Speaker, when he had the opportunity to join with us to remove those targets, would allow the A5, which he spent 90 seconds talking about during his speech that he wanted to see delivered, he has not taken that opportunity. I'm going to then move, Mr Deputy Speaker, to the motion itself and why we as a party will be opposing it. Ms Bradshaw articulated one of the reasons and highlighted the petty politics remark. The one example that the Leader of the Opposition could give to that and why that was included wasn't an executive motion, it was a backbench motion brought by me yesterday, which came after this motion was laid, so we couldn't even articulate a reason as to why that was included. Also, the cherry picking, Mr Deputy Speaker, of flagship projects. We as a party are very clear that all flagship projects that were agreed by the Executive must be delivered, not just ones that the Leader of the Opposition wants to see. So no mention, Mr Deputy Speaker, of the Northern Ireland Football Fund within the Leader of the Opposition's motion, no mention of the Union Connectivity Report, and no mention of the York Street interchange. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wonder why the York Street interchange, which is an executive flagship project in my constituency, is not included in that motion. Is that because perhaps, Mr Deputy Speaker, when the party opposite held the Ministry for Infrastructure, they delayed the project? They failed to deliver this vital investment. They failed to build what the people of North Belfast and Northern Ireland wanted to see. Not included in the motion before us. Wastewater, Mr Deputy Speaker, the party opposite has held the position for Minister for Infrastructure longer than these benches. Where was the rationale for what was or was not delivered by previous ministers? So, Mr Deputy Speaker, these benches will take no lectures from the party opposite. And again, within this motion, an attempt, I believe, Mr Deputy Speaker, to single out no investment strategy as a reason as to why Casement Park has not been delivered. And this myth continues to be pushed forward by members on all sides in this House to try and blame this party for not moving it forward. So I did a bit of research before I came this morning, just to get some people's comments on this. SDLP MLA Alex Atwood, who had the Casement Park project on his desk as Environment Minister until he was replaced by his party colleague Mark Durkin, said of the court case that blocked Casement Park, "I want to first applaud the residents of Moorland, Owenvara and surrounding areas. That is why the SDLP supported their objections." So, Mr Deputy Speaker, no mention of the fact that Casement Park has not been delivered because of the actions of the party opposite. But once again, Mr Deputy Speaker, try to blame the big bad unionists. We see what it is. It's nonsense and we're opposing it.
Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And like the last speaker, there are aspects of this motion that the Ulster Unionist Party do agree with, could agree with, particularly in recognition that Northern Ireland needs a clear, updated investment strategy. There is no pushback from that aspect whatsoever. But as I stated last night, we face a stovepiped plenary time, stovepiped legislative time, stovepiped everything as we do in Northern Ireland, because for two consecutive mandates we have had a collapsed assembly and we find ourselves in compressed timeframes to deliver. But let's look at what has happened in this mandate so far. A programme for government was agreed and achieved. Yesterday we voted in the executive legislative programme. What will come next is the outworkings of the comprehensive spending review and then a conversation on multi-year budgets, as was picked up by the last speaker. Now, all of those things in order, whilst we would like them quicker, whilst they should have came earlier, actually help us to inform what would be a comprehensive and agreed investment strategy. Because strategic planning and capital investment are essential. They're essential for everyone. As was picked out by the Leader of the Opposition, whether that's hospitals, whether it's schools, whether it's infrastructure, whether it is social capital. They're there to strengthen our economy, improve connectivity and support job creation, therefore driving proper prosperity for everyone in Northern Ireland. However, while the sentiment is right, we will not fully support the motion as drafted. It reads less as a genuine call for progress and more as an exercise in assigning blame, and I think the Alliance even picked that out too. That tone helps no one when we're speaking about such high-level topics, least of all the public who want to see actual delivery. Equally, one could be forgiven for thinking that the SDLP weren't in the executive in previous iterations of this executive, where they did hold the infrastructure portfolio very recently. And the truth is that the absence of an updated investment strategy is not the result of one failure, be that the executive as per this motion, but of a wider breakdown in long-term planning, fiscal realism and executive coordination. And as I pointed out at the start of this debate, no executive at all. So publishing a strategy document in itself will not deliver a single metre of road or rail, nor will it fix our underfunded wastewater system. But what matters is the political and financial will to deliver what is agreed. That's why I outlined the steps that I did at the start. The Ulster Unionist Party, briefly if you don't mind, yeah.
Thank you. I'm concerned that what you've picked up there are the present immediate pressures in terms of spend, but an investment strategy would allow longer-term thinking to get the bigger projects delivered.
As I've outlined, we're not against an investment strategy. We absolutely believe one should come forward in haste, but we need the comprehensive spending review, the analysis of that, the multi-year budgets, and we need to take out the politics that has been alluded to in regard to how this motion was presented. So we believe in strategic prioritisation, investing where there is clear social, economic and environmental benefit and where delivery is actually achievable. Take the A5 Western Transport Corridor and Casement Park that are both referenced in this motion. We support the principle of key infrastructure projects that benefit communities and sport, but we also recognise that these schemes have been delayed not by the Executive but by complex planning, legal and budgetary challenges. Simply criticising those delays without acknowledging those realities risks misleading the public. The Irish Government has offered €50 million towards casement. The UK Government have offered €50 million towards casement. This Executive is holding £65 million for casement, but the words of the Chief Executive of the GAA when he took over was not a penny more. Everybody has a fist in this fight, and everybody needs to speak up equally if they want to see real delivery. Absolutely.
Just on that, and we mentioned specific flagship projects. I'll come back to my wind about Mr. Brett's comments. That's does not exclude loads of other flagship projects, but isn't the point that whether it's casement, the York Street interchange, whatever it is, if you don't have a plan, then there's no roadmap and there's no clarity and certainty. Putting down a target, putting down a marker creates focus, and that's the whole point. Whatever the project is, whatever the specific issues to do with one specific project.
To be honest, I don't disagree with the member at all, and if he had stated those intentions in the motion, I think you could have got total support, but you didn't. Simply criticising those delays without acknowledging that those realities risk misleading the public, and I'll never stand up here and mislead the public. No one will ever accuse me of that. Equally, it's important to remember the latter delay was not by virtue of this Executive, as I've simply set out. Similarly, the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review deserves serious consideration, and work is underway. But Northern Ireland's participation should be based on evidence, affordability, value for money, and once again, absolute deliverability. On wastewater infrastructure, I entirely agree that investment is urgent. Without it, we cannot build new homes or attract major investment. The UP has repeatedly raised this and suggested steps that could be taken, such as mutualisation, which has sadly been dismissed outright. And therein lies some of the wrestles that we will have intra-executive. Just in bringing this to a conclusion, then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, where we differ from the motion is just in the approach. It's not the sense of what needs to happen. We want to see collaboration, not confrontation, genuine costed proposals rather than statements or grandstanding. What we need now is the Executive collectively to produce a credible, costed and time-bound investment strategy. And I do welcome, and I know we will get it, robust analysis and scrutiny from the opposition. It is absolutely valuable and it's needed, but I would just offer that that motion could well have sailed through had you not have politicked with it. Thank you.
Nicole.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When I came back from maternity leave, I decided I wasn't going to rehash points that have already been made, and that's for a couple of reasons. The main one is, having been in my glorious baby bubble, I realised how little people actually pay attention to what we're saying in this chamber. And I think when we are too focused on the politics and not on the ambition, it really turns people off. So my colleague Paula Bradshaw, as she always does, has outlined perfectly the need for an investment strategy and the context behind it. But there are a couple of things that I wanted to point out. When I was in my baby bubble and I was at my mums and tots groups, the conversations that I was having and that I was overhearing wasn't about the culture war issues of the day. It was about, how am I going to afford to pay for childcare when I go back to work? How am I going to move into a new house? I can't afford it. There aren't enough houses. How are we going to pay for bills? So those are the conversations people are having, and those are the conversations they want us to have. And so actually, I'm really grateful for this motion. I think that it is a forward-looking, I think having a motion that is looking to the future and how we improve our infrastructure, not just now, but for the future, is welcome. There are a few things that we obviously take issue with as the Alliance Party. The language around petty row certainly doesn't, we wouldn't identify that with the work that Naomi Long and Andrew Muir are doing. And also would have liked to have seen specific mention on net zero. The development of critical infrastructure must be balanced with our net zero commitments, and we would have liked that in the text. There was a point made about it, and I just want to say, not tackling the climate crisis puts our infrastructure at risk, and any MLAs in South Down and Upper Bann will be able to testify to that. It's counterproductive to pit them against each other. Go ahead.
Thank you, Member, for giving way on that point. I think it's really, really important that, so in terms of the net zero and the climate contribution, should the government and its departments not deliver on the legislation and the tests that it has produced lead the way in that, because it certainly seems in this instance, particularly in around the A5, that the Department of Infrastructure may either not be able to produce the evidence or unwilling to produce the evidence that would meet the climate targets that we actually legislated for.
It's very important that you've got a pathway and a strategy that goes hand in hand. So the investment strategy has to lay out how we're going to meet our climate obligations, and so important to decarbonise our economy. And I just think that should have been mentioned within it. The constant, and the member also mentioned about the Assembly being up and down. I mean, the constant collapse of this place is such a problem, and I know we're like a broken record talking about it, but we're not going to be able to solve all the problems right now, and I don't think anyone expects that we'll be able to do it in a shortened mandate. But we have to lay the foundations for it, and we have the opportunity to do that, and it needs to be done. It needs to be about partnership. I loved working in Belfast City Council because we worked so well with the universities, with business. You're able to be ambitious and work together. And I think that given the size of Northern Ireland, we could be doing so much more around that. When we think of casement, the A5, wastewater, housing, they're not just good things in themselves, but they're foundational to further economic development. Public infrastructure is a catalyst for further investment and gives innovators and business leaders confidence. But too often our lack of strategic investment in these kind of projects actually has been a barrier, and we have to turn that around. There was mention of the multi-year budget, and that does give us a window of opportunity to plan and think ahead, but this really is urgent, and we need collective agreement and collaboration. So I welcome the motion. There are a few things we would have changed, and the one thing that I would actually change is just how we engage on these issues collectively. You know, so often it's about, oh, well, you said this and you said that, and let's talk about the future. Let's talk about how we have an investment strategy that's going to work for now and for future generations, because I promise you that's what people out there want to hear us talking about. Thank you.
Timothy Gaston.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there certainly has been abject failures in investment by this executive, not least the 17 million wasted in Casement Park to date, a project which was flawed from the very beginning. There is, however, much more to examine and make right when it comes to investment in Northern Ireland. The recent Invest Northern Ireland performance report of the last 5 years showed a huge imbalance in funding across Northern Ireland council areas, with Mid and East Antrim, which forms part of my constituency, is one of the most underfunded. On the other hand, council areas such as Belfast, Mid-Ulster, Armagh City, Banbridge and Craigavon and Newry, Morning Down all secured high investment. This approach concentrates opportunities and stifles innovation in underfunded areas. Such areas face significant barriers like limited access to grants, weaker infrastructure support and fewer networking prospects. Part of the reason for an imbalance in InvestNI's funding is that there are fewer companies in areas like Mid and East Antrim applying for funding, and so much more needs to be done to highlight to companies and entrepreneurs the opportunities available to them. Much more needs to be done to encourage companies to look at expanding their exporting capabilities. I recently asked the Economy Minister how the imbalance in InvestNI funding is to be addressed. She replied that InvestNI is implementing a new regional approach, and I quote, is increasing its capability and capabilities in all areas. But how will this redress the current imbalance? I also asked the Minister of the Economy to detail what metrics InvestNI uses to actively seek out businesses and identify them for support. The answer I received was as follows. InvestNI has set a target to support 450 new to InvestNI businesses to implement productive investment projects over the course of its 3-year business strategy period. This doesn't answer the question at all, much less confirm that regional disparity will be addressed or what specifics InvestNI are looking for in businesses which will increase their chances of funding. We have much to celebrate in North Antrim. Our companies generate billions of pounds in sales and hundreds of millions in exports. Invest NI's Ambition to Grow programme, which supports micro, small and medium-sized companies to create new jobs and look outside of Northern Ireland for sales, has had some positive results. Ambition to Grow has originated 25 new investments with the chance to create 71 new jobs and 7 million in the Mid and East Antrim Council area. But the massive imbalance remains, and without addressing this disparity, Northern Ireland's collective potential remains suppressed.
Members, before I call Junior Minister Joanne Bundig, I just want to take an opportunity to briefly and personally, if I may say so, wish her well in her new role. From previous roles we did alongside each other, I know something of the diligent approach she'll bring to the job, and I'm sure all of you members will join with me in wishing her well. I call the Junior Minister, and you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful to you for your good wishes. I'd like to thank members for their contributions on what's a very important topic about how we plan, invest and deliver for the future of all of our people here. The debate at times has been predictable, but it's also been a useful exercise for members to showcase projects they wish to see progress and to highlight some of the real challenges we face in rolling out our capital programme over the next number of decades. This executive is focused on delivery, on improving lives, supporting economic growth and ensuring our infrastructure actually meets the needs of our people. It's simply not accurate to say that progress is not being made. Progress absolutely is being made, and a revised investment strategy will be brought to the executive soon. It's important to emphasise 3 points. First, a considerable amount of effort has gone into developing a draft investment strategy and making sure that it not only reflects our focus on delivery, but that it is focused and realistic. Second, work continues on the delivery of agreed capital projects, and members will see much of that work roll out in their own constituencies. Third, work is already underway on a range of enabling actions to address key challenges we face in delivering major infrastructure projects. Just consider for a moment how much has changed across society here and globally since the turn of the millennium. We need a positive, forward-looking vision for the next 25 years, backed by detailed and specific plans for investment and enabling actions over the next decade. The final document needs to be robust, evidence-based and capable of delivering real and lasting outcomes for people here. That's what we're developing, and it's important that we get this right. An investment strategy must be more than an aspirational list of standalone projects. It must focus on the outcomes which will have greatest impact and must have ambition. Strategic plans of this scale have far-reaching impacts on budgets, public services, economic growth and local communities. At the same time, it must reflect our financial reality, address challenges as a result of climate targets and our delivery capacity. It must be joined up across sectors, maximising every pound we invest. I will.
Thank you very much. So about a year ago I put in an Assembly question asking for the update on this and was told it would be soon then. Are you confident that this will be forthcoming within the remainder of this mandate?
The member for her question. Yes, I am confident it will come forward in this mandate. We're very clear that this needs to be done and we're working towards it, but we're not going to produce something that is not fully and properly thought out, and we need to make improvements where we know there have been issues and we need to respond to the feedback. Members should know that drawing all this together is not straightforward, as I've been outlining, and it takes time. But they should understand that we must get it right to build confidence and to ensure buy-in right across society. When we bring forward an investment strategy, we want to be satisfied that it strikes the right balance and is supported by effective arrangements to ensure successful delivery. So an immense amount of work has already gone into shaping the draft investment strategy. It's been informed by over 400 engagements and responses through public consultation, equality and rural needs impact assessments, and extensive engagement with departments and wider stakeholders. A finalised strategy will require executive approval, but as we move towards that point, we're factoring in global uncertainties and continuing to press for a fair and equitable funding settlement that reflects both need and the legacy of underinvestment here. The draft investment strategy provides a framework for planning and prioritising infrastructure investment, defining the outcomes we need and setting out how we deliver them efficiently and effectively. It encompasses all areas of public infrastructure: health, housing, education, justice, communities, transport, water, wastewater and the environment. The quality and safety of this infrastructure affect most aspects of all of our daily lives. The draft also reflects our commitment to ensure that investment reaches into every community. It includes projects right across Northern Ireland. The draft strategy takes a three-strand approach. A long-term vision and strategic objectives provide a 25-year view of investment that promotes sustainability, resilience, productivity and well-being by 2050. The strategic framework identifies both where we need to be and how we get there, all of which is aligned with our programme for government. We're working with SIB to ensure that there's a clear governance structure in place that ensures a continued focus, accountability and the ability to adapt to changing priorities if needed, and that's very important. Clear accountability mechanisms and provision for early intervention where issues arise are also essential, and I'm sure members will concur with that. A 10-year investment plan will demonstrate how best to use available financial resources to deliver on previous commitments, address historic underinvestment and transform our infrastructure investment to meet our long-term goals. While the details remain subject to change, the draft reflects many, if not all, the priorities raised by members today. For example, it affords priority to the need to maintain our existing infrastructure, such as water. Investment in our essential networks is vital for unlocking and enabling wider investment. The need to expand provision for special educational needs is also recognised. Housing features as a distinct sector, with a range of projects on social and private housing. Wider investment in our public infrastructure, such as water, will also help to unlock challenges for housing, and we're all aware of that in each of our constituencies. Alongside this sits an enabling action plan. It's already guiding improvements in how we plan, prioritise and deliver major projects. The plan draws on analysis of the root causes of delays and cost overruns carried out by Strategic Investment Board and reflects the findings of the Northern Ireland Audit Office and PAC. We recognise and share the frustrations at delays and cost overruns. These are not unique to this part of the world though, but we've been clear that we need to address them. While the Enabling Action Plan forms part of the investment strategy package, many of the actions are matters of good practice and work is underway. These will be critical to successfully delivering the investment plan, and we're pleased to champion this work. Members will want to note that current work streams include improving the business case process, the planning system and procurement. The importance of social licence is also recognised, ensuring buy-in from communities and stakeholders for delivery of the right projects in the right way. When it comes to infrastructure projects, this executive is delivering. Preparatory work for the expansion of the Magee campus has started. We're also seeing encouraging progress across the city and growth deals, including construction starting on the North Atlantic DNA Museum at Ebrington, which I was very privileged to visit, supported by investment from the Executive Office and others. With an additional £150 million allocated, completion of the Struil Shared Education Campus is now firmly on track. Progress has been made on building new social houses, and as a result of investment in Grand Central Station, bus and rail passengers are up by more than 4 million journeys. Indeed, ministers in all departments are delivering capital investment programmes to improve the lives of people, communities and places. There are, of course, projects which have not progressed as anticipated. A number of members have mentioned the A5 and casement as examples, but the issues, including the legal challenges, are well documented. The incredibly ambitious targets set by this House in the Climate Change Act will have and are having an impact. I know that the Infrastructure Minister is exploring this issue and how we can ensure the A5 project and other major capital projects are not frustrated by climate obligations. It's easy to single out projects and criticise, but what we're doing is seeking to address the underlying causes and ensure that we mitigate against these arising in the future. Our business sector too is forging ahead with confidence and ambition. The First and Deputy First Ministers recently welcomed plans by Belfast City Airport to grow passenger numbers and create thousands of new jobs. Earlier this year, we joined the leaders of Belfast International Airport as they launched the first phase of a £100 million investment to improve facilities, enhance global connectivity and therefore boost our economy. Northern Ireland is open for business, and this executive is committed to working with partners across society to meet the needs of today while planning for the infrastructure we'll need in the future. There are still some key considerations to be worked through in finalising the strategy, including, as I've mentioned, the implications of the recent Day 5 judgment and the appeal that has been launched. But the substantial work already completed on the draft strategy, together with progress on the Enabling Action Plan, sets a clear direction. We know what needs to be done, and we are committed to doing it. We're determined to get this right, Mr Deputy Speaker. This executive is delivering major capital projects and infrastructure investment. We are supporting people, communities and places right now, while planning for a stronger, more sustainable future. We will soon bring forward a finalised investment strategy to enable all partners across society to work better together in planning and delivering the infrastructure, prosperity and well-being we all agree our people deserve. This investment strategy will be much more comprehensive than previous iterations, with the necessary governance and support structures alongside actions to improve delivery. By taking the time to get these in place, we will have the best possible chance of successfully delivering the aims of the strategy. We'll also lay a firm foundation for future planning cycles. This executive will continue to invest in the infrastructure we need, improving lives, creating jobs and opportunities, and building a more sustainable, more connected future for everyone who calls this place home. Thank you very much.
I now call Matthew O'Toole to conclude and wind up on the debate and the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I detected a slight note of ennui whenever you called me there, in terms of perhaps you've heard some of the arguments I'm making before in the nicest possible way. I'm not challenging the chair, but the point I have been making in my remarks is around delivery, and I make no apology for being robust when talking about delivery at all, Mr Deputy Speaker. I was slightly intrigued to hear colleagues from the DUP and Sinn Féin accuse me of playing politics. Of course, those are things that no DUP or Sinn Féin politician ever does. So completely, of course, I mean, look, mea culpa. I stand. I'm happy to be accused of petty politicking by Sinn Féin and the DUP. I'm going to come on and respond to some of the remarks that were made. It was actually a really constructive debate, and there's lots that I want to respond to. Just in relation to some of what Nicola said, Nicola Brogan. Nicola did accuse me of political point scoring. I'm just going to make one big point. We are the opposition in this chamber. There's an opposition in Dublin that's led by Victor Ron Hinfey and Mary Lou MacDonald. Some people up here, including in Sinn Féin, seem to think that we're not really, this place isn't really entitled to an opposition or an accountability mechanism. That is nonsense. If opposition is good enough for Irish people in one part of the island, it's good enough for the people in the north, and I make no apology for it, like none whatsoever. I'm happy to give way, yeah.
I thank the member for giving way, but I think in the south, with our opposition, we actually bring solutions to the table, where I haven't seen them from the SLP in the north.
That's absolute nonsense, with the greatest of respect. We have brought loads of papers. This is something I've heard repeatedly from you and your colleagues. Because you say we haven't brought alternatives doesn't mean that's the case. I would also say I see lots of videos on social media of extraordinarily effective, robust opposition politicians, Pearse Doherty, Mary Lou MacDonald. If it's legitimate for them to be robust in critiquing the Irish government, I'll give way in 1 second. If it's legitimate for them to be robust in critiquing the Irish government, it's my job to critique this executive, and I make no apology for it on behalf of Irish and indeed British people who live here. I'll give way to Ms Sheeran.
I thank the member for giving way. Does the member recognise he's just stated the Irish government is a government, it's a sovereign parliament, and this is a devolved institution, and we are working along with others, and you yourselves were in that position at one time, and that reality has to be considered.
absolutely agree with you. That reality does have to be considered. It's not exactly the same thing, but the executive does have some power. Otherwise, Sinn Féin ministers would not have taken the pledge of office and would not sit in the ministerial cars or take the salaries. There is power here. It's not as much you and I want a new Ireland. We want a republic for the whole 32 counties of this island. But let's be clear, there are powers that exist in the here and now. Otherwise, why would you take ministerial office? And I'm going to go through and talk about some of that now. Paul Bradshaw, first of all, just in relation to a point Nicola, which is a really important one, and I want to hear more about it. I was pleased to hear she mentioned the European Investment Bank and the role of the All-Ireland Rail Review. I want to hear more about that, and I'll be pressing the Infrastructure Minister to hear more about it, because we have called for a role for the EIB more broadly in infrastructure in the North. I'd like to hear more from the Infrastructure Minister. I'd like to hear more from the Finance Minister about how he sees the EIB playing a role in delivering our priorities. I want to see ambition. So I make no apology for pressing Sinn Féin ministers who want, like me, to see a new Ireland, who want to apparently see more all-Ireland cooperation and delivery. Let's see it. Let's be as ambitious as possible. Because it is true, as Paula Bradshaw said, in comparison to what we've seen in the National Development Plan in Dublin, delivery up here has been paltry. It's been derisory. Now, before people say, but that's a sovereign government that's running a massive surplus. It is a sovereign government which is running a massive surplus. One reason why I think lots of rational people are thinking about a new Ireland, Mr Deputy Speaker. But it's also the case that we have power up here. Yes, it's more limited. Yes, we have more limited funding. But we do have power. And we need, in order to maximise the limited resource we have, we need a strategy, and that's something that I think Paula acknowledged. And I'm glad to hear that the Alliance Party is going to be supporting our motion, albeit notwithstanding they wouldn't have phrased it in precisely this way, but I appreciate the fact that they are supporting the motion. Philip Brett said multiple things about the motion. He at least acknowledged that there were some things in it he would agree with. He didn't like the flagship projects that we had selected. As I said to him in intervention, insert your own flagship projects. We've inserted ones, but they could have been other ones. It could have been the York Street Interchange. I'd like to know if that still is a flagship project by the Executive. You've made a criticism of actions by Nicola Mallon. There's a context around that. But let's see it in the investment strategy. Let's hear whether it's going to be delivered. Same with lots of other things. Same with lots of other priorities. We don't know because we haven't seen the investment strategy. I have no idea. So in a sense, don't critique the Executive or the opposition for that NI Football Fund. I'd love to see more about the NI Football Fund. I'm sure the football club in his constituency, Crusaders, which is taking his ministerial colleague to court, would also like to hear more about that. Happy to give way if you wanted to intervene. Yeah.
On 2 points. Firstly, you do know that the York Street Interchange is an Executive flagship project, unless you haven't read the programme for government that you came into this House to criticise, but perhaps you didn't read it before criticising it. And secondly, when the Northern Ireland Football Fund did come forward, your party colleague was the first person to jump up and down about it.
I certainly read the programme for government. I know I'm not supposed to hold props, but I'll just discreetly display the programme for government. In fact, I've got both. I've got the draft and the final ones here. I did read them because it didn't take me that long, because there's not that much in them. But I'm happy to acknowledge that. Robbie Butler talked about assigning blame. He's not here at the minute. That's fine. When it comes to assigning blame, that's a nonsense criticism, with the greatest respect to Robbie, who said some very interesting things. But assigning blame is literally the job of an official opposition. It's not blame, it's accountability. That should be, I think, clear in any democratic society. And this is fundamentally about getting the Executive to publish its plans so we can hold them to account. It's not going to be comprehensive. It's not going to be able to solve all the problems, as Kate Nicholl says in her remarks. But you need a plan, first of all, to be able to guide. You need a roadmap, and that's all that we are asking for today in our motion. Kate also talked about net zero and the fact that she would have wanted more mention of net zero in the motion. I think that's fair enough, but it's also, I think, in a sense, implied in our, for example, illustration of the need for more progress on all-Ireland strategic rail. There's also, and we could have put in the motion, more development of our energy infrastructure on an all-Ireland and indeed on an east-west basis, because if we're going to decarbonise, we need greater connections to Britain and to the Republic. That's something we want, again, hear more from the economy and infrastructure ministers about in terms of delivery. And that is something else that we need to see in the investment strategy. How are we going to deliver on our climate targets? How are we going to meet electricity demand for the economy that we want to grow and create sustainable jobs? Those are all things that should be in the investment strategy, which we haven't seen yet. It was brilliant to hear Timothy Gaston talk with passion about economic development in his constituency. More of that, please, Timothy. I agree, and I'd love to see measures to support North Antrim and all other constituencies in an investment strategy. Now, the Minister, Joanne Bunting, and welcome to ministerial office. To the Minister, she is certainly a person of substance, and I hope she brings some of that to getting an investment strategy over the line. Given that I have given, as it were, to use the colloquial a bit of a touch to Sinn Féin ministers. I should give a bit of a touch to DUP ministers too, because she talked about getting it right and not effectively telling the public, spinning the public about what could be delivered. Well, here's the thing. 2 successive DUP education ministers have promised big things in terms of delivering schools. Michelle McIlveen, when she was education minister a few years ago, promised lots of schools, including schools in my constituency like St Joseph's and the Ravenhill Road, a new school that they were going to be added to this list, with no clarity of how that was going to be funded or when it was going to be built. They're now still waiting, along with loads of other schools across the north. The current education minister came to the Assembly just a few short weeks ago and talked about a £1 billion investment in special educational needs. We would, of course, love to see that. He put that number out there and his plan for what he wanted to invest in the SEN provision he wanted to create without any clarity of how that was going to be budgeted for or when it was going to be delivered. That's exactly the kind of thing we need to see in a multi-year budget and an investment strategy, and I don't know how we're going to get there without... I will give it very briefly because I'm coming to the end of my remarks. But
very briefly, but just to remind you that your department, your ministers held the Department for Infrastructure for a number of years, both your member in the backbench and indeed the member for North Belfast, who both blocked an infrastructure project which is in North Belfast, which would have prevented us shipping waste across the world. What's your view on that?
You're talking about a specific project. We don't hold those ministries now. You made your point. You're in government. I would say to the members here, to executive parties here, we have established that we are in opposition and you're in government. We accept that reality. You accept the reality that you have the power now to build something, deliver a proper wastewater system that grows social homes, deliver new schools, including in special educational needs, deliver all-island strategic rail that can reconnect our island, deliver Casement Park, deliver the life-saving A5. Build those things, build those things. Don't shout at the opposition for holding you to account for them. You have the power. Yes, it's limited, but it is there. And you've got a multi-year budget later this year that's going to give you the opportunity. And if the Sinn Féin Finance Minister doesn't think we have enough resources, and I agree with him, let's hear how he wants to either raise revenue or look for new fiscal powers from London so that we're not just reliant on the block grant in order to build the future on this island that we want. Don't just blame others. Don't just blame others. Don't just project your anger onto either the public or the opposition. Get out there and build something. Build something. Build something. And I commend this motion to the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toole. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. 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 Contrary no. No. I think the noes have it. Aye. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, order, members. Members. Thank you. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, any no. No. Do we have tellers? Members, order, members. Thank you, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Cara Hunter and Daniel McCrossan. Tellers for the noes are David Brooks and Gerald Brownlee. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Doors. Members, order members. Clerk, please read the result.
40 members voted, 15 members voted aye, 25 members voted no. The motion is negatived.
Members, the motion is negative. Unfasten the doors and please take your ease for just a moment before we move to the next item. Okay, members. Order, members. Members, thank you. The next item of business is a motion from the opposition on tackling child poverty. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly expresses alarm at the rate of child poverty in Northern Ireland, with 1 in 5 children living in absolute poverty, as detailed in the Northern Ireland Poverty and Income Inequality Report 2023-24, expresses concern that the proposed anti-poverty strategy will have little impact in addressing this challenge, with no new policies, no timeline for delivery and no budget, and calls on the Executive to make the eradication of child poverty a cross-departmental priority and to develop a fit-for-purpose anti-poverty strategy shaped by lived experience, including commitments on the creation of a new child payment, an enhanced childcare subsidy scheme and enhanced provision of free school meals.
Thank you. And I call Mark Durkin to move the motion on behalf of the opposition.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Mr Durkin, please open the debate on the motion.
Deputy Speaker, poverty, the word itself is stigmatised. We other it. It's an issue that affects other eras, other places, other families. But poverty means not being able to afford the basics: food, heating, housing. Child poverty is no longer distant or abstract. It's on our doorstep. It's a lived reality, stealing the innocence of childhood across the north. There was a time not so long ago when Christmas appeals were for children in far-off and war-torn countries. Now, those same appeals are for children living in our communities. The children of the nurse who tended our loved ones, or for the shop worker who stocks the shelves that we all depend on. These are the families now struggling to tell their children that Santa won't be coming this year. But sure, the tooth fairy stopped coming long ago. The new shoes haven't materialised, and some don't even know when the next hot, nutritious meal will. 1 in 3 children are growing up here in food insecurity. 1 in 5 children live in relative poverty, and 1 in 4 in absolute poverty. These statistics have been cited repeatedly in this chamber, but have failed to provoke the level of shame, never mind the level of action they deserve. I've persistently raised the plight of children living in temporary and emergency accommodation. In 2025, children across the north are living without the basic dignity and security that every child deserves. This Assembly made a promise in the New Decade New Approach agreement back in 2020 to produce both an anti-poverty strategy and a child poverty strategy. We were told that one strategy could cover both, provided that it placed child poverty front and centre. Yet here we are, 5 years later, and what do we have? A draft anti-poverty strategy backed by this executive that is toothless and targetless. It has no budget, no timeline, and no new policies. It's not a roadmap, it's a press release. And let's not forget, the strategy didn't come out of leadership, and it certainly didn't come out of compassion. It appeared because the courts forced the executive's hand. The executive was found to be in breach of its legal duty to produce an anti-poverty strategy. Our constituents tell us the same thing. They feel the impact of poverty every single day. Families stretched to breaking point, parents going without food so that their children can eat, young people unable to find a home because of sky-high rent and lack of social housing. It's shameful that in 2025, in this corner of the world, in the 6th largest economy in the world, that we've normalised the struggle to survive. The Children's Commissioner has warned that the current draft strategy is not fit for purpose. It has abandoned a life cycle approach and lost focus on children altogether. The Audit Office was crystal clear in its report that an integrated cross-departmental strategy is urgently needed, with measurable targets, defined accountability and fully costed actions. None of these recommendations were taken on board. The PAC said the old strategies failed because they had no ring-fenced funding, no ownership and no deadlines. In other words, they failed because the leadership parties failed to prioritise them. And if data alone doesn't motivate us, let the human stories. One parent said simply, "It all makes me very sad. I don't see any change for me and my situation." That's a sentence that should haunt every one of us in this chamber. This strategy won't deliver. It's a rehash of what's already been implemented, nothing new and nothing ambitious. Then we have the largest driver of child poverty on these islands, the 2-child limit. Let's call it what it is, a state-sanctioned punishment for larger families, a punishment that is felt hardest by single-parent households, and especially by women. The impact in the north is severe and disproportionate due to the prevalence of larger families here. 1 in every 10 children is affected. Nearly 50,000 children are growing up in families who have been denied support for at least one child because of this cruel cap. Research from Trussell tells us that abolishing this limit could lift 18,500 people in Northern Ireland out of severe hardship by 2026. And not only that, it could have a wider economic and fiscal benefit of £155 million every year. The Scottish Government have effectively abolished this callous policy by mitigating against it. We were promised the same protections. Last year, we in the SDLP, the opposition, tabled a motion to scrap the 2-child limit. We didn't just make noise, we provided a plan, and we did provide costings, but executive parties watered that down. They supported an amendment to introduce a larger families payment instead, previously recommended by the Welfare Advisory Panel. We could live with that. But 18 months later, that is yet another promise that has been quietly buried, out of sight and out of mind. When I asked the Minister in July about it, his response was, "I have no update." The only reference we've seen on the 2-child rule since is a single line in the draft anti-poverty strategy saying research will be carried out. So again, I asked the Minister, what research has your department done? I received a one-line answer, basically, no research has been conducted. That's not just complacency, it's contempt. Contempt for the evidence, contempt for expert advice, and contempt for the families who are living this reality every day. The opposition are serious about abolishing child poverty, so we stand here today not just to criticise, but to propose another solution. The Scottish child payment, introduced in 2021, now pays £27.15 per week per child to families on low incomes. An evaluation found that this payment lifted children out of poverty, reduced debt and lessened material deprivation. The child poverty rate would have been 4 percentage points higher if the child payment hadn't been introduced. That's real progress. That's a model we should be looking at. That's a model we should be following. Certainly.
I appreciate the member giving way, and I recognise the sincerity in terms of his attitude towards poverty, which I share. This is certainly something I'm interested in hearing more about, but if the member was in my position, how would he pay for that, and how much does he believe a child payment would cost?
I wonder, has the Minister's department done the research yet that could inform me, that would help me inform him of that? But extensive research has been done by experts in this sector that has looked at cost and has looked at the benefit. We know, we see, and people feel the cost of not doing this every single day. Sorry, I'm going to have to get through my remarks. Minister, if I have time at the end. But the success of such would depend, we accept, on wider structural reform as well. And that means a comprehensive childcare strategy. Childcare in Northern Ireland is among the most expensive on these islands, and yet for families on low incomes, support is riddled with complexity and exclusion. Last year, 130,000 children lived in food insecure households. 20,000 more than the year before. That's not just statistics, that's alarm bells. Expanding free meals is one of the simplest, most effective actions we can take. They don't just fill tummies, they improve health, they reduce stigma, and they boost educational outcomes. Yet while the UK government is expanding provision to all families in universal credit, children in Northern Ireland are being left behind. This year, when the cost of food is higher than ever, there were 6,000 fewer successful applications for free school meals than in 2022-23 due to a reduced income threshold that unfairly locks families out of vital support. The Minister and his party may boast about a £300 increase to that eligibility threshold, but that came after it was reduced by £1,000, a token gesture that's woefully out of touch with reality. On the ground, it's groups like those in the Cliff Edge Coalition, the Anti-Poverty Network, and I think of St Vincent de Paul, the Focus Project, and my own constituency, who are picking up the pieces.
And the member's time is up. Thank you. I call Cathy Mason.
Poverty is something that no one should have to endure. When families are hit hardest and they find themselves in poverty, it's the children who have the least control over their circumstances, and it's them that suffer most from them. Growing up in poverty means that children miss out on opportunities in both the short and the long term. And we've heard a number of statistics. According to the 2024 Audit Office report on child poverty in the North, children in poverty are more likely to have poor health, education, well-being and economic outcomes than their more well-off peers. We live in a society where two childhoods exist side by side. One is of comfort and opportunity, and one is of quiet suffering. The difference between them often comes down to nothing more than the postcode that they live in or the family circumstances that they were born into. Poverty is a failure of the system to protect every single child. And what we have seen brought forward by the Minister for Communities unfortunately lacks ambition and substance. It doesn't address the real challenges faced by struggling families in our communities, and to put it bluntly, it isn't fit for purpose. There's a missed opportunity, a very clear missed opportunity, to use childcare as a key tool to help address this poverty. Minister Lyons has a part to play in delivering high quality and affordable childcare. However, he seems to have deflected his responsibility by pointing to the Education Minister and his yet-to-be-seen childcare strategy. The decision not to increase the Advisor Discretion Fund represents a missed opportunity to support parents facing significant barriers to employment. This fund, as we know, acts as a vital lifeline for those struggling to cover costs associated with returning to work, including upfront childcare costs. We also know that childcare often represents one of the greatest financial obstacles for re-entering employment. Maintaining the fund at its current level, despite rising living costs, undermines its effectiveness and limits the support available to families who need it the most. Also, the Minister's decision not to reduce the 15% childcare attainment gap for families on universal credit is another failure to address a key barrier to employment and early education. And we know that the universal credit covers up to 85% of childcare costs, but that remaining 15% very often amounts to a substantial portion of some households' budgets. For many, this gap makes childcare financially out of reach, disadvantaging children's access to early learning and preventing parents from re-entering the workforce. The ongoing high cost of childcare continues to make returning to work financially unviable and completely out of reach for many families, further entrenching inequality and constraining opportunities for those striving to improve their circumstances. And we've seen that the Minister instead has placed all of the anti-poverty strategies, childcare interventions, into the hands of the Department for Education, and we have to blindly face full faith in a strategy that we haven't yet seen. We know that the delivery of the childcare strategy is long overdue. This must reduce bills for parents, supporting struggling providers, and give our children the very best start in life. And we will say that the introduction of the childcare subsidy scheme was a very positive first step towards making childcare more affordable for families. However, the persistent high cost of childcare continues to put pressure on many families. High quality, affordable childcare supports families who are balancing the demands of work and home life, and it plays a vital role in a child's early learning and development. So what I will say is we must see the long-awaited childcare strategy, and there can be no further delays. We seen yesterday as well that the affordable school uniforms legislation was yet another missed opportunity to tackle child poverty, to finally and once and for all cut the cost of school uniforms and put money back into the pockets of workers and families. So I call on both the communities and the education ministers to listen to families and make the necessary action to give every single child the opportunity to reach their full potential.
Brooks. Deputy Speaker, no one in this chamber can or will be content with the statistics that we will hear from many speakers today. Some of the ones I was going to use have been mentioned already, but nevertheless we must be mindful that behind each number that we hear is a person and a family, and they are statistics that must challenge us all. It's also clear that tackling child poverty cannot be achieved by one department acting alone. It is multifaceted, and as such it requires a cross-executive, cross-society approach, because poverty is not simply about income, it's about housing and health and education and employment and opportunity. And that's why the Executive's draft anti-poverty strategy is the right direction of travel. For too long, progress in this area has been hampered, it's been fragmented and been delayed. As has been noted already, the Public Accounts Committee report made clear that previously that previous child poverty strategies had been characterised by failure, with poor monitoring, accountability and a lack of collective delivery. And we and this Minister is determined to do things differently. Since taking up office, Minister Lyons and his department have worked intensively to bring forward a realistic framework that seeks to address both the symptoms and the root causes of poverty. It's about helping families now, but also about creating the conditions where future generations do not fall into poverty in the first place. And that means supporting parents into work, raising skills, improving childcare and reducing the barriers for disabled people. His Disability and Work Strategy's commitment to help 50,000 more disabled people into work by 2036 and reduce the disability pay gap is an example of targeted practical action that will make a difference to family incomes. We know that childcare, as has been mentioned, is one of the biggest pressures on working families. And the DUP-led, Education Minister-led childcare subsidy scheme has already begun to deliver on this party's commitments by reducing bills by 15%, and that support we know will extend further. The Education Minister, by the way, has been on record saying that he can do more quickly and faster, but that will require investment. And those on the benches opposite who challenge the Minister to do more, I hope are battering down the door of the Finance Minister to ensure that the finances are put in place, because it's the same benches across the way that would have this Minister spend hundreds of millions more on Casement Park. We have to make decisions, hard decisions, about where we want money to be spent. The education...
On Casement Park, he would agree that we're talking about literally two different types of... One is capital spending, the other is resource spending. So there's a difference there, and there are two different budgets set, both by London and Stormont.
Yeah, but the point remains that there are where you've hundreds of millions of pounds and people talking about how they want more, and that's fine, and we all would like more. We all know that it's not always actually the slicing of the pie, it's that the pie is not big enough, and that the resources are not there. So difficult decisions need to be made around the resourcing, and those who are for the cameras asking for more and saying more should be done should also be honest enough to say, well, that the resourcing of that has to come from finance in order to make that available. I need to make progress. The Education Minister has also raised thresholds for free school meals and uniform grants, linking future increases to inflation, ensuring support keeps pace with rising costs. And the expansion of full-time preschool provision will give more children the best start in life. These measures taken together represent the most significant enhancement of early years investment in Northern Ireland for decades, and they show what is possible when departments work together around shared priorities. We should acknowledge the continuation also of the welfare mitigations until 2028, a decision made by Minister Lyons to give families much-needed stability and protection from the harshest impacts of UK-wide welfare reforms. Mr Deputy Speaker, some have criticised the draft strategy for not including targets at this stage, but the Minister has said those targets will come in the action plan once delivery mechanisms and budgets are properly aligned. That's a responsible and evidence-based approach. We have seen elsewhere that simply throwing money at the problem has not helped. The Scottish system has been mentioned, 471 million annual spend on the Scottish child payment, and has done little to move the dial in poverty, and it has been inconsistent across different regions of Scotland. So I welcome the Minister's ambition. I support his compassionate approach, but I also welcome that his approach is practical and realistic, not promising that which is far beyond our means. Those pledging much more must also consider how that can be paid for as a significant recurring cost. Again, tackling poverty and child poverty must be the responsibility of the entire executive. It cannot be left to one department or minister. Our children deserve the same opportunities as those anywhere else in the UK, the chance to grow up healthy, educated and with a route to fulfil their potential future. That is what this strategy seeks to achieve. It's what this Minister seeks to achieve, and I will be behind him every step of the way. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Shalman Holland.
Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the proposers of this motion. Genuinely, I welcome any opportunity, any and every opportunity to continue the conversation about child poverty and to keep it at the forefront of our minds. I don't want to rehearse the catalogue of perceived shortcomings and the basic lack or the basic problems that we see in the draft anti-poverty strategy. The Northern Ireland Anti-Poverty Network, CINE, NICI, Cliff Edge Coalition, the expert panel and the strategy group have all set them out with clarity, and I don't think I would do them justice by just repeating them, along with the Northern Ireland Office and the Public Accounts Committee have also spelt out what they think was wrong with previous child poverty strategies and how to fix it, and their responses offer the evidence-based alternative that we need. We need a rights-based, life cycle, intersectional strategy with time-bound, measurable actions, clear accountability and proper resourcing grounded in lived experience. My focus that I want to continue to say is on what I see as a weakness is the legality. So as the Ulster University submission by Mark Simpson, Professor Gráinne McKeever and Dr Ciara Fitzpatrick makes clear, the draft, as we see it, fails to meet the Executive's duty to adopt a strategy based on objective need. By the now Honourable Justice Tracy's test, a lawful strategy must have a start, a middle and an end with measurable outcomes. This draft has a start, we can see that, but there are no measurable endpoints or timelines, and the outcomes are a vague means, not ends. It also ducks that objective need element, offering no single consistent test of who actually needs the help most. Taken together, it is not yet a lawful plan of action, and I think that it leaves the Executive exposed to challenge again. So I ask, what are we doing if we are knowingly putting forward a strategy that is not measurable so far, that is not target-driven so far, and is not clearly anchored in objective need? Without those clear targets and budgets, I don't believe that it can be effective, and the children that it claims to help will continue to suffer. We are going to support, and we have supported the call for a Northern Ireland child payment, and whilst there are issues with the Scottish scheme, it does show the way. It sets statutory targets that are bolstered by that payment. Analysis has showed that that payment reduced relative child poverty by around 4 to 5 percentage points. That has lifted thousands of children out of poverty. And whilst, yes, it has shown that they haven't met every single interim target, the point is much greater than that. It's the fact that they have targets in situ. They measure progress and they can adjust policy as and when they need to, and when they can see what's working and what's not. And I do believe that we can learn something from that model. At an event I attended at the start of September, a Rising Against Poverty event with lots of community and voluntary sector organisations, I heard very clearly that a cash-first approach was the most effective and impactful way to immediately help families, and that worked in Scotland. And the MLA for East Belfast, David Brick, said throwing money at the problem doesn't work. Respectfully, there are thousands of children in Scotland who would disagree with that. The Republic of... No, I really have a lot to get through, David, and I will, if I have time at the end, I'll let you in. The Republic of Ireland also shows the impact of combining that cash and in-kind support, and according to ESRI, in 2025, when you count the child payments and the in-work supports, alongside those free preschool meals and preschool meals, more than 150,000 children are lifted out of poverty. But closer to home, I want to look to the Les Allenby Welfare Mitigations report, that offsetting the two-child limit, bolstering family incomes with those new payments is exactly the kind of targeted intervention that we should see in an anti-poverty strategy. As I've said many times before, poverty doesn't just happen in silos, and we have a society that can't tackle it in silos. We already have a law to make departments work together through the Children's Services Cooperation Act. The Public Accounts Committee, at their recommendation 9, have said that it's clear the Act is not being used to its full potential, and it is recommended that the Department of Finance work with all departments to actually remove the barriers and bring an action plan. So I would hope that the CSCA is going to be something that's going to be able to be used, whether it's around the scrutiny of this across departmental working. I just think that it's very clear that there is so much that we could be doing, and right now the draft anti-poverty strategy is not going to fulfil the Minister's objectives that he has set out so far.
Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This Assembly needs no reminding that child poverty in Northern Ireland needs to be tackled. We've had many debates. The latest Poverty and Income Inequality Report 23-24 shows that 1 in 5 of our children are living in absolute poverty and 1 in 4 in relative poverty. Behind those numbers are children growing up, sometimes in cold homes, parents skipping meals so their children can eat, and young people who see no realistic way to get ahead. And this is the daily reality in too many households. And when we look at some of the things that this executive have achieved and tackled, poverty does sit at the root cause. So if we look at educational underachievement, we know that the correlation there is poverty. If we look at health inequalities, the correlation there inevitably is poverty. So this is a cross-executive matter. However, under a new decade, new approach, the executive promised both an anti-poverty strategy and a child poverty strategy. And it was accepted at that stage that one document could serve both purposes, but only if it had a clear focus and a measurable focus on children and measurable outcomes for those people. The current draft, sadly, does not. The Children's Commissioner, for instance, has said plainly that it's not fit for purpose, and many others share that view. It has been said by some in the sector that there are no new policies, no timelines, no ring-fence budget. That part is unarguable. The Audit Office called for a cross-departmental plan with clear measurable targets, and the Public Accounts Committee warned that without them, no strategy can deliver real change, yet none of these appear in the draft. Now, to the Minister's credit, the new Disability and Work Strategy committed to supporting 50,000 disabled people into work by 2036. A welcome and specific target, Minister. Absolutely, yes.
Does that not actually prove the authors of the motion wrong whenever they say that there's no new actions in here and there's no new budget within here? Because we have a number of strategies that flow from this that do have targets, that do have funding allocated to them, and that more will come in the action plan as well. So it's demonstrably false to say that there's no timelines, no targets and no new actions.
I think with the history of the executive setting aside who are in those portfolios at the moment, the difficulty is that when we set strategies and then we fail to deliver on them, and if we fail to put it on paper, then we'll never hit the target. So the Minister's right to say... Yes, I will.
Would the member agree with me that perhaps the Minister should have followed the approach that he took with the Disability and Work Strategy and included targets within the anti-poverty strategy at the outset?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to give away any more just because I want to get through this, but I do agree with the member from East Belfast, because that's the point that I was getting to. That the Minister's already shown that the Department does have the capacity to be specific, and it goes back to the point that I made, that in bringing forward one document, which was agreed in New Decade, New Approach, the fear was that certain specifics would be missed, and childhood poverty is that very one that we feel is missing here. So the NI Anti-Poverty Network, supported by more than 80 organisations, has called for the document to be rewritten. That's not a political move, that is 80 separate, powerful testimonies who serve those people daily, whether it's in food banks and whether it's the provision of advice and help. They say it focuses on personal behaviour rather than the structural causes of poverty, and in doing so stigmatises the very people that it should help. We also have the voices of those living in poverty. So during the consultation, Women's Support Network, Save the Children NI, the NI Anti-Poverty Network and Dr Ciara Fitzpatrick engaged directly with 145 people living in poverty. The results, Mr Deputy Speaker, speak for themselves. 78% said the draft strategy would make no difference to their lives, 15% were unsure, and only 7% believed that it would help, and 82% stated it as poor. People were clear about what would make a real difference: free school meals for all pupils, reinstating the holiday hunger scheme, capping school uniform costs and increasing grants. Those are all very hard to deliver, but certainly worthy of debate. I welcome the passage of the school uniforms bill at its final stage yesterday, and looking forward to doing what the Minister outlined, genuinely reducing the cost of uniforms in families. They also called for raising social security to reflect the true cost of living, removing the 2-child limit and the 5-week universal credit weight, introducing a Northern Ireland child payment and ensuring affordable childcare and housing. These are not radical asks, they are practical measures and have worked elsewhere. But I have to also point out, Mr Deputy Speaker, and recognise that poverty is not confined to our cities. In rural communities, families face higher living costs, poorer public transport, more limited childcare, and older, less efficient housing. Many spend more to heat their homes, to travel to work or to school. And any credible anti-poverty strategy must reflect these realities and ensure that rural households as well are not left behind. Mr Speaker, we must also be honest in regard to welfare reform. The draft mentions existing mitigations for the bedroom tax and the benefit cap, but commits to nothing beyond continuing them, and I hope that is a high-level discussion within the Executive. The Cliff Edge Coalition has been clear. Mitigations must be strengthened, ending the 5-week wait, removing the 2-child limit and supporting private renters hit by the frozen local housing allowance. Mr Speaker, poverty does not happen by accident. It is shaped by political policy decisions, but they have to be made with the right choices, and I do believe we can change the dial on poverty in Northern Ireland. A real anti-poverty strategy must be measurable, time-bound, targeted and properly funded. And with that, in regard to it, Minister, with the Ulster Unionist Party, you will have a willing ear in the Executive, because, as my leader has pointed out many times, if we want to shift left in health and tackle those inequalities, it's rooted in poverty, and we need to improve people's outcomes as best we can. Thank you.
Call the Chair of the Communities Committee, Colin Gildernew.
And on behalf of the Committee for Communities, I rise to contribute to this debate today on tackling child poverty. The motion before us is correct to express the alarm at the scale of the challenge we face in the North, where 1 in 5 of our children lives in absolute poverty. Behind every one of those numbers is a child whose potential is constrained by hunger, by poor housing, or the stress of insecurity. In 2025, Ceann Comhairle, these are circumstances that no child in our society here should endure. So in terms of the committee context, this issue has really been a sustained priority for the committee since the restoration of the Assembly. We have gathered evidence from those on the front line: Action for Children, Trussell, the NI Poverty, Anti-Poverty Network, Commissioner for Children and Young People, and many others. We have consistently pressed the Department, and indeed the Executive, for a robust, cross-departmental and outcome-driven anti-poverty strategy, one that meets not just the letter but the spirit of the law. Our message has been consistent: good intentions are not enough. Delivery mechanisms, measurable outcomes and accountability must be built in from the very start. The committee has also sought detailed information on actions being taken at the local government level as well. The urgency of this debate is underscored by new research just published by the Simon Community. Their report, Childhood Diversity and Homelessness: Breaking the Cycle, provides a stark evidence-based picture of the long-term consequences of failing to support vulnerable children. It found that childhood adversity was an almost universal experience for single adults living in homeless hostels, with 96% of hostel residents having experienced at least one adverse childhood experience and 2/3 having experienced 4 or more. And this is a very stark warning. It tells us that childhood trauma and poverty are not isolated problems, they are intergenerational. Unless we intervene early and effectively, disadvantage simply reproduces itself. This research must serve as a wake-up call and reinforces why a truly effective anti-poverty strategy is not just desirable, but is indeed essential. In terms of our assessment in committee of the draft anti-poverty strategy, we welcomed the long overdue publication of the draft anti-poverty strategy as a necessary step towards fulfilling a long-delayed legal obligation. However, given the extensive evidence we have heard in committee, we concluded that the current draft strategy lacks the necessary precision and enforcement mechanisms to deliver real change. A framework alone will not transform lives. What matters is what sits beneath it: the statutory muscle, the financial commitment and the accountability that ensures promises are kept. These are essential if the strategy is to have a meaningful impact on the lives of the thousands of children currently living in poverty. The committee's formal response to the strategy consultation set out the architecture needed to address its critical gaps. Our conclusions are grounded in robust evidence and are aligned with good practice recommendation from many bodies, including our own Public Accounts Committee, which I should declare I sit on as well as a member. The Committee for Communities' message is clear. To be fit for purpose, the final strategy must include 4 key elements. First, legally binding, time-bound, numeric targets. The draft strategy proposes monitoring high-level indicators such as the percentage of children in relative poverty, but it sets no firm targets for a reduction. Without targets, there is no clear measure of success and no driver for ambitious action. Second, a costed multi-year delivery plan. A strategy without a budget is merely a statement of aspiration. The committee has called for a plan that maps actions to departments and clearly distinguishes between existing funding and new money. Third, robust governance and transparent monitoring. The committee supports a board chaired by the head of the civil service, but this must be coupled with quarterly public dashboards showing progress against targets and an annual report to this Assembly. Accountability must be built into the very fabric of the strategy. And fourth, a commitment to independent evaluation. To ensure the strategy remains on track and delivers value for money, it must be subject to independent scrutiny at key points in its life cycle, including a mid-term review. The committee believes that child poverty is not inevitable. It is the result of policy choices. We have a choice now and an opportunity now to improve the draft anti-poverty strategy with the tools it needs to succeed. The recommendations made by the Committee for Communities are proportionate, audit-ready and reflect what we have consistently heard from stakeholders and experts. We urge the Minister to listen and to incorporate our recommendations in full. By doing so, they can turn a well-intentioned framework into a powerful and practical plan of action.
Thank you. I call Brian Kingston.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and the core purpose of this Assembly is to provide for the citizens of Northern Ireland, to provide a prosperous economy, to grow our economy and provide circumstances in which people, families and households can thrive. This is reflected in the priorities of our programme for government in terms of providing the growth of our economy, the provision of childcare, cutting health waiting lists, provision of more housing, in particular social housing, support for vulnerable people. So the DUP Minister for Communities has brought forward, on behalf of the Executive, an anti-poverty strategy which seeks to address the risk and to reduce the risk of people falling into poverty, to minimise the impacts of poverty and to help people exit poverty. This is seeking to address the root causes of poverty and to support and enable people to be more able to provide for themselves and their families. The motion before us, and we welcome the debate on this topic from the opposition, but the motion before us once again proposes mitigations to the welfare system that would come out of the public purse for public services in Northern Ireland. The Minister has already committed and has extended existing mitigations for the bedroom tax and for the benefit cap up to March 2028. Introducing further mitigations will impact on what funds are available for other much-needed public services. Does the opposition have proposals for where they would make savings? They're aware of the demands that we have for health. Well, wait till I run through and I'll give way. The long waiting lists that we have in health, the high demands for special education need in education, in infrastructure, where there's needed investments in roads and to address potholes that people see every day, in justice, the shortfall that we have for police officers, and the environment, the need to clean up Lough Neagh. All of these matters that are raised, and there will be other motions that the opposition will bring forward. Where would they make cuts?
Two quick things, and I will be quick. On our two-child limit, last year we brought forward specific suggestions. One was using the bulk of the regional rate rise to be ring-fenced to go on this. That would have been, from memory, about 30 million. Number two was reform of rates on empty property. And the final one was getting rid of our ridiculous subsidy of APD flights. Now, you, the Minister, may disagree with those, but those are ideas. So we did cost it, and we did put forward proposals. So it's not right to say we didn't do that. We would also want to see more fiscal devolution and revenue raising by the Executive, just to clarify.
There's an extra minute.
Okay, and perhaps if a member would put those proposals in his motion, because it is always convenient to bring forward proposals for more public funds to be spent on a need, but the money needs to come from somewhere. That is the reality of government and being stewards of the public purse. The DUP is committed to ensuring that each and every child has the best start to life. Child poverty does not exist. I will briefly.
If that's the case, will the DUP be supporting my private member's bill that will aim to end holiday hunger?
As I say, we are committed to ensuring every child has the best start to life. If you bring forward costly proposals, we will look at those. But every extra expenditure has an impact somewhere else in the public purse. Child poverty does not exist in a vacuum, but to families as a whole. We cannot lift children out of poverty without addressing the needs that affect their parents, grandparents, carers and other people who support them throughout their lives. So it is essential that we acknowledge that tackling child poverty means addressing wider issues of disadvantage in our society. Children are vulnerable. They cannot get a job to provide for themselves. So it is a parent's or grandparent's duty to provide that support, and in recent years, many have found that increasingly challenging. There is a heavy burden on many hard-working people who are struggling to make ends meet in the cost of living crisis. And as we have heard, almost 1 in 4 of our children now live in relative poverty. So there is a severe challenge ahead. The Assembly, we previously discussed the impact of the 2-child limit and how unfair that is, and the real impact it has on family. So whilst mitigations have been made, we do look to Westminster to provide funding for further mitigations to provide for those families. Creating opportunity for children from disadvantaged backgrounds, be it through greater educational attainment, training, apprenticeships or employment, will be crucial to breaking the cycle of poverty for many. Tackling poverty, therefore, is an executive-wide responsibility. There are responsibilities on every department. It is important that we take the necessary action to provide people with the means to exit from poverty and to address measures which will prevent people from falling into poverty. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. This debate will continue after question time, when the next member to be called will be Michelle Guy. The sitting is by leave suspended. Members, the sitting is resumed. It is time for questions to the Minister for Communities. Questions 5, 9 and 12 have been withdrawn. I call Cathy Mason.
Question number 1, Lighthill.
Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, in September I launched £1 million of capital investment through the Olympic Legacy Fund. I've also allocated a budget allocation of £3 million to continue supporting the Your School at Your Club programme, and in addition I have recently approved high-level policy proposals for the grassroots facilities strand of the Northern Ireland Football Fund. That is delivery for grassroots sport right across Northern Ireland.
Mason for supplementary.
Thanks for that answer, Minister. When I'm engaging with clubs right across South Down, they're telling me that they're seeing such a huge growth in women and girls' participation. That's in GAA, soccer, rugby, coastal rowing as well, and cricket, but their facilities are lagging far behind. How will you ensure that future investment prioritises equality so the female players can have the same opportunities as their male equivalents?
Sure. Mr Deputy Speaker, that's exactly what I've been hearing as well, which is why I've introduced these programmes, and a lot of the facilities changing facilities that we need comes as a result of the increased participation of women in sports. So I've been consistent on this. We need to see those upgrades in facilities. We need to make sure that we don't do anything that harms or limits the ambition of women and girls, and all sports will have my full support in making sure that we can make that a reality.
John Stewart.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, out of these grassroots sports facilities and clubs come our future elite athletes, and I'm sure you'll join me in congratulating Josh McClune from our constituency, who's been the first ever cyclist from Northern Ireland to become a member of the British Cycling National School of Racing. Unfortunately, with these courses and these high-level performance, there comes great cost to the individual and to the family. What more can be done to support our elite athletes whenever they pursue their dreams?
Sir.
Absolutely, and I want to congratulate Josh, and I've been involved working with him as well, and I'm delighted at the success that he has had, and I hope that that success continues. But the member's absolutely right. We need to make sure that we have that support in place. Of course, we do have through Sport NI the elite programmes, that needs to continue, but we also, before people get to that stage, need to make sure they're supported through the grassroots club, and that's why I have put in place, in addition to what Sport NI is offering, the Olympic Legacy Fund, which helps with that grassroots element as well.
Holland.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. I'm just wondering, Minister, has any allocation been discussed for the Northern Ireland Football Fund from the investment strategy that might help with some of the things that we're talking about here?
Minister.
I should probably be aware from the earlier debate the investment strategy is still being discussed, but there have been commitments that have been made. I hope that that will follow through, not just the money that has been already pledged, but the additional will be required to ensure that need is met.
Minister, we all know where Casement Park is. It's very well connected. It's right next to a motorway and a train line, but it appears that that stadium is stuck in the limbo of executive dysfunction. Months ago in June, the Treasury committed an extra £50 million to build that using FTC. We understand only a couple of weeks ago you met with the Finance Minister. What is the status of Casement Park? When will construction begin? And do you actually support this project being delivered?
Well, the Mayor will be aware there's still a shortfall in terms of funding. That's the bridge that needs to be gapped. That's why I met with the Finance Minister. Those conversations are still ongoing. We also need some clarity as to exactly what financial transactions capital means in the context of this particular project. Of course, it's not the only element that hasn't been funded. We've also seen how the Northern Ireland Football Fund hasn't been funded to its need either. So I stand ready to meet with anyone in regards to this project, and I've said before, I want to make sure that strategic need for sport in Northern Ireland is met.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. The Minister knows I'm progressing a private member's bill on women and girls in sports in Northern Ireland, and one of the themes of feedback is that whenever young girls turn away from sport, they very rarely come back. So would the Minister agree with me that investing in grassroots sports facilities to ensure that young girls have safe spaces for changing and showering is a critical point that needs to be supported?
Sure. 100% agree with the member, and I was delighted to visit some local football clubs with her earlier on this year. I saw for myself the growth in the women and girls game, so they need to have those facilities, they need to have those single-sex spaces as well, which is why this investment is so important, and I'm very supportive of her proposal.
Moving on, I call Cara Hunter.
Deputy Speaker, question 2, please, Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Arts Council has mechanisms in place in relation to the governance and delivery of the Musical Instruments Programme, which include a process to withhold or withdraw funding.
Supplementary.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, you say that the Arts Council can withhold funding, but are you aware of any instances in which it has done so? Is it the case that these duties exist on paper only with no real enforcement? And what will your department do to ensure that the Arts Council actually enforces its own standards? Thank you.
The requirement of the funding conditions that applicant organisations commit to equality of opportunity and good relations duty, and the Arts Council reports on these matters to the Equality Commission as well.
Thank you, the Minister as well. The Minister will know that the All-Ireland Flag is coming to Belfast next year, so I wonder can he outline what discussions he's having with the Art Council regarding potential funding programmes for bands taking part in the Flag next year?
Sure. Delighted to meet with the FLA organisers, and I was pleased with their commitment to making sure that this is a full demonstration of what we can do, not just in Belfast but across Northern Ireland in terms of music, and certainly there will be further conversations with the organisers and with the Arts Council, but it's in our interest to make sure that this is a success and that it demonstrates the full range of musical talent that we have in Northern Ireland. And I was pleased that they wanted to display the work of bands, because it is a significant part of our music and cultural tradition here in Northern Ireland, and one that we should be proud of.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Minister. Could the Minister answer if he has had any conversations with the Arts Council in relation to any band or act being involved in an activity which is perceived as being disrespectful to any tradition?
Sure. we've had various conversations with Chief Executive. We can certainly get you the minutes of those meetings. I can't remember any specific incidents around that, but if it's important to the member, I'm happy to get that information too.
Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, can you confirm that the musical instrument programme is in fact a cross-community programme, and it's one that actually has made real positive benefit right across Northern Ireland?
Sure. Yes, absolutely. It's one of the reasons why I'm proud of my record that we have been able to deliver more money for musical instruments across Northern Ireland, because it has gone right across Northern Ireland, all communities, and 4,500 people have benefited in the last year alone, which is why we've got the budget up to where it is at the minute. This not only impacts bands, but their individual musicians as well that are helped, as well as other groups and many school groups as well. So this has been a good investment that touches so many people, and we often talk about the need for regional balance, and this is something that ensures that we can help people right across Northern Ireland. It's something I will continue to make sure that we fund, because I want to make sure our money goes as far as possible, and this is a brilliant way of ensuring that there is support, and I am proud to be able to support our bands and others that have benefited from the musical instruments programme.
Call Mark Durkin.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I wish to group questions 3 and 5. I have repeatedly made clear my views on this policy. I'm strongly opposed to the two-child limit. I do not believe that the policy has met its stated aims, and there's no doubt that it contributes to child poverty. While the UK Government has previously indicated that it's considering the future of the two-child limit, there's been no confirmation of their intended approach. And I'm supportive of any measures to alleviate the impact of the policy or to remove it completely, and I hope that we will soon see firm proposals to this end emerging from the UK Government. My department has not conducted any research in relation to the impact of the two-child limit on poverty indicators, but there is other research which indicates the impact that it is having.
Mr Durkin.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Minister, you've just referred to in the earlier debate, I referred to a wealth of evidence from local, national, academic studies demonstrating the negative impact of the two-child limit. Since then that was published, I've also commissioned a research paper into its impact in the North. But despite the Executive's stated commitment to tackling poverty, your department has carried out no research of its own. Why not?
For the very simple reason that I believe that we do have an evidence base that demonstrates the issues that are there now. I'm happy to update that as time goes on, and in particular to research what the consequences would be for us as an executive if we were to take steps on that. But the member was not able to answer in the previous debate how much the child payment was going to cost. I'm happy to answer of how much the two-child limit in Northern Ireland would cost to mitigate. It would be by 27, 28, 91 £0.5 million. So now we can have that debate. We can talk about whether that is something that we should do. However, my energies and efforts have been used speaking to the UK Government, telling them this is a policy that is wrong for the whole of the United Kingdom, and it should go for the whole of the United Kingdom. And I hope others would recognise that and help us to make sure that we do get that changed, because it is having an impact on children right across Northern Ireland.
Brett.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Would the Minister agree with me that one of the strongest messages that we could send to ensure we remove that two-child cap would be for the questioner to contact his sister party in the UK Parliament, who his party leader sits with?
Sure. Yes, absolutely, and I think it would be helpful if the SDLP would put their focus and their efforts and their energy there. They were very keen that the Labour government would get elected. They were very open about wanting to see a Labour government in power at Westminster, and I would encourage them to lobby the government on this issue. That's what I've been doing, and I look forward to the member doing the same.
Linda Dillon.
Question number 4.
Mr.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe this is compassionate and practical to allow early access to pensions for those who have a terminal illness diagnosis. This solution would offer dignity, financial stability and peace of mind to people in their final months. And during the Assembly debate on the 31st of March, I gave a commitment to advocate on behalf of those members of our society who have been diagnosed with a terminal illness, and I subsequently wrote to the Minister for Pensions to call on the UK Government to act swiftly to deliver this change.
Supplementary from Linda Dillon.
Thank the Minister for his answer, and I am aware that in your response that you were very understanding of this, and that you did say that you would like to do something in order to ensure that those people who are diagnosed with a terminal illness will get early access to their pension. Can you tell me what the response was from the British Treasury, and if there has been any movement, and if you are able to progress this within your own department at this moment in time?
Unfortunately, I haven't had any response yet from the Minister as of this week, and therefore I also raised it with Dr Susie Morrissey, who's been appointed by the UK Government to complete an independent report to examine the issues that should be considered by the Government during the third review of the state pension age. And the pension rules are exceptionally complex, and there could be consequences for us, not just financially, in terms of our own block grant if we were to take this on ourselves, which is why the UK Government should do the right thing, give this proper consideration and make sure that this is explored.
Andy Allen.
Well, Deputy Speaker, and as Minister may be aware, there's a pensions bill currently going through Parliament, and indeed we'll be receiving an LCM on it shortly. Is that perhaps, or could he have a look to see if that's perhaps a vehicle to take forward this change?
Sure. I don't think that would be the appropriate way to take this forward because of the fundamental changes that it would create to the pension systems and the economic impact that that would have. But I will do everything that I can to continue to push the Government on this issue.
Okay, moving on, I call Jerry Kelly.
Speaker, there's no further info I have on this from the last time that I updated the House.
Jerry Kelly for supplementary.
Going previous lesson there, I sucked the Fraggle Judicial. I thank the Minister for his answer of the night, I think. The Minister's been in 18 months now, and as yet we have got no date for the language strategy for the North, and I can tell you that Gaelgore across the North are getting very frustrated and concerned that it isn't coming at all. Can you not give a firm commitment, or can you tell me when you can give a firm commitment when that strategy will be brought forward to the Executive?
Of course, there's a cross-departmental working group that's looking at this issue right now, so it's outside of my control while the departments look at this and come back with what's possible and what's credible. Though on the issue of the Irish language, I have to say I'm not going to be taking any advice or instruction from Sinn Féin on this issue, because their reputation on it has been absolutely appalling. They have recklessly imposed it on street signage, disregarding the clear opposition of the vast majority of local residents. In some instances, they wish to force it onto frontline council staff as well, against their will at Belfast City Council, and they struggle to move away from the language of the past, which continues to come to haunt them to this very day. The member's speaking from a sedentary position. I'm not hearing what he is saying, but I don't really care either, Mr Deputy Speaker, because I don't believe that he has anything that can add to this conversation. There is a process that is ongoing that will continue, but I can assure him of this: when it comes to language, when it comes to culture, I will support people in that. I will uphold people's rights to engage in their own language and cultural traditions. What I will not do is impose it on other people.
Speaker Callan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, do you share my concern that the use of lawfare is further weaponising Irish language?
Minister.
Well, I think the key word there is weaponising, and it's absolutely the case that Sinn Féin and others have been weaponising the Irish language. They want to use it against others, and I think that is really unfortunate, and the way in which that has gone. I think that we should approach these issues on the basis of us collectively working together and what works for everybody, rather than a majority imposing their will on a minority.
Andy McMurray.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister.
Can the Minister outline any, he referenced the departmental working group, but can the Minister outline any meetings which have taken place with the departmental working group in relation to the Irish language strategy?
The group has been meeting. It met on the 15th of, or the executive met on the 15th of May and agreed that this work would take place. And that work is ongoing. At this stage, it's mostly the departments coming forward with their own proposals and looking at how much those would cost, what is credible, how they will be meaningful, and how those strategies could make a difference. But that work is going on within the departments, and I don't have any update on where that sits right now.
Minister, we've heard quite a bit about the working group. In fact, we've heard more about the working group than its actual workings. Can you provide us with some information, at least, as to when that information from respective departments will be collated and will manifest itself into something tangible by way of work, by way of protocols, by way of a meaningful strategy on the way forward?
Sure. That's out of my hands right now, because we have the co-design group that brought forward recommendations, and each of the departments are looking at those recommendations in detail to look at what they might cost, what the impact might be, what's credible, what is doable. So it will be up to those departments to bring that back so that we can get an understanding of how we progress these from here on in.
Moving to the next question, I call Andy Allen.
Please, Deputy Speaker.
Poverty strategy public consultation closed on the 6th of March. Analysis of the responses to the consultation has been completed, and a summary of responses document will be published in the coming weeks. Informed by the consultation and the significant stakeholder engagement, my officials are currently working to finalise the strategy.
The Allen for supplementary.
Can I thank the Minister for his answer and the work that's been undertaken on this important strategy to date? Will the Minister commit here today to ensuring that the fuel poverty strategy includes clear, measurable and time-bound outcomes to lift households out of fuel poverty?
Well, yes, he'll be pleased to hear that we will be having those targets and those timelines in place. And this is where a lot of the misunderstanding in terms of the anti-poverty strategy comes from, because many of those targets and timelines will be found in those other strategies, such as the fuel poverty strategy, and in additional action plans that we will bring forward.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for the answers thus far? Given the fuel poverty strategy and the importance of some elements of that, one of those things that's been really important to many of our constituents is the Warm Homes project. Can you give us any update on whether Warm Homes will continue to feature as part of this, or what's going to happen to it in the future? Sure.
Well, yes, absolutely. It is important that we not only make sure that we have new build homes in the condition that they need to be, but there's extensive retrofitting and other support that will need to be available for those homes that are already built. Now, we will receive Barnett consequentials from the UK government. £13.2 billion was announced for their Warm Homes plan, but that funding is unhypothecated, which means the Executive has discretion to determine how funding is allocated. I want, and I hope other members around this House as well, will want to make sure that that money comes through for our own Warm Healthy Homes scheme, so that we can make sure that that money goes to those that need it most and makes a real difference in terms of energy costs.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, the North remains the only part of the UK as is without a statutory target to reduce fuel poverty. Can you confirm whether you intend to bring forward such a provision within this mandate?
Sure.
Absolutely. We'll be bringing forward a fuel poverty strategy, and I said that I would bring that to the Executive by the end of the year, and I'm still committed to doing that.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister outline how much resource his department will need to implement the fuel poverty strategy?
Minister.
That will be subject to Executive agreement and what actions are put in there. Of course, we are already spending hundreds of millions of pounds every year in tackling fuel poverty. There will be new actions that will be put in place. I have got a number of actions that I want to ensure are going to be in that plan, but I want to make sure that anything that we do put in is costed. I have no interest whatsoever in putting a plan together that's not realistic, that's not something that we can achieve or deliver. I know that's what some other people want me to do. It's not something I'm prepared to do, but I'll certainly be bidding for the resources that I need, because this is one of the most important interventions that we can make that actually makes a difference to people's lives, that will see recurrent savings for people. And I've seen it in my own constituency, those that are dealing with the effects of poorly insulated homes, and that isn't just about people's comfort, it limits people's life chances, the educational attainment of children. It's a huge contributing factor to poverty, so it's essential that we get this right, and it's essential that we get that Barnett consequential delivered to the Department for Community so we can make a change in people's lives, which is what we're actually here to do.
I call Paul Frew.
Deputy Speaker, question number 8.
Sir.
Mr Deputy Speaker, there is currently not a requirement on landlords or letting agencies to conduct a background check into renters' settlement status to ensure that a prospective tenant has the legal right to rent and live in the property. However, I have written to the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland and the Home Secretary to inquire about the extension of the right to rent scheme in Northern Ireland.
Free for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for that clarification. Is the Minister aware of any legislation that would allow the right to rent scheme to extend to Northern Ireland?
Yes, the 2016 Immigration Act allows that to be extended to Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, but that's up to the UK Government to extend those provisions, which is why I have written to the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland and the Home Secretary to request that extension.
I call Gary Middleton.
Question number 10.
Deputy Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, since I came into office in February 2024, I've delivered the following for the people of Foyle. £10 million of financial transactions capital funding for the North West Regeneration Fund, £1.2 million to the Inner City Trust to enable the purchase of the former Austin's department store, £5 million for construction work on the Inner Walled City Public Realm Scheme, £1 million for the Harbour Square Public Realm project. I've worked closely with the executive to enable the Londonderry and Strabane City deal to reach financial deal status. £4.4 million for community and voluntary organisations, £12 million for the People and Place Neighbourhood Renewal Programme, over £500,000 for improvements at libraries in his constituency, over £568,000 spent on labour market partnerships, 12 jobs fairs, £9 million through the Supporting People Programme, 1,178 people in Foyle helped to access additional benefits through the Make the Call service worth £2.6 million, 47 co-ownership property completions, 345 social housing units, improvements to 6,679 housing executive houses, £5.1 million through the D-rating grant, almost £1 million in rate support grant, £600,000 in terms of the transferred functions grant, £2.6 million through the annual funding programme to 24 organisations, £33,000 for a musical instrument scheme to 3 organisations, £44,000 for musical instrument schemes for individuals, £32,000 for small capital grants, and over £7 million has been funded through the Housing Executive for affordable wealth within the Londonderry and Strabane Council area.
And Gary Middleton for a order members. Gary Middleton supplementary.
Can I thank the Minister for his delivery in the North West? And it does fly in the face of those who continually criticise the DUP and this Minister who is delivering in that constituency. Minister, another welcome announcement has been made by you and your department in terms of the community wealth building pilot. Could you give us a bit more detail as to what that will mean for my constituency?
Sure.
Yes, and just on that point, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's not just that they criticise the DUP or the DUP Minister, they talk down their own constituency all the time, whereas I know that the member is always keen to talk up his constituency, and I welcome that. There is something else that we are doing for his constituent. We are taking forward the community wealth building pilot, one in the North West and one in Larne as well. The member, I'm sure, will be pleased to hear. And these pilots will explore for innovative place-based approaches to economic development. It's about building local capacity, strengthening community assets, and ensuring that wealth that is generated can be retained. And the partnerships will announce further plans in due course.
Declan Kearney. Lear, apologies from me.
All good. Councillor Brahenji, question 11.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, at stage 2, applicants who have been successful at stage 1 will receive invitations to attend online information sessions, and these will cover issues specific to the stage 2 application, such as how to source quotations for proposed works.
Declan McAleer for supplementary.
The Minister will be aware that my own constituency, West Rowan, is a very rural constituency. So, would he commit to hosting or having events in the West Rowan constituency, and indeed, and also bearing in mind his requirements under the Rural Needs Act?
Sure.
Well, that's exactly why we have had already those consultation events throughout Northern Ireland, and indeed I launched the scheme in his own constituency, or what I believe will shortly become his constituency. I'm sorry he wasn't able to make it. It is Pomeroy is in his constituency, but he wasn't able to make it, unfortunately. Neither was Mr McCrossan either, who's nodding his head. It would have been great if they could have come along and they could have heard about the Northern Ireland Community Infrastructure Fund, the money that we're putting in, the investment and the change that we will make, not just in West Tyrone, but right across Northern Ireland. So those online sessions will be there, but if there's a need and demand for further information, we'll certainly look at that.
No supplementary bids on that one. I call Declan Kearney.
Mid-November through to early December.
Kearney for supplementary.
Minister, last year you initiated a review into the fuel poverty strategy. Can you give us an update in relation to progress which has been made, and how specifically the strategy is going to alleviate the pressures on families who are getting it so tight at this particular point in time?
Minister.
This is absolutely why I am taking forward the fuel poverty strategy, which will be with the Executive by the end of this year as promised. And as I said before, the reason why I'm taking this forward is because I think it's one of the best uses that we can make of government funding, because of the changes and the impact that it will have on people's lives, because we have some horrendous conditions that people are living in. They are spending huge sums of money to barely heat their home, and that's why it's so important that we put the measures in place that can actually improve their homes and retain heat. This is something that will concern our constituents right across Northern Ireland. That's why it's essential we get that right.
Question Trevor Clark. I'll point out we have 1 minute. Sir.
The Armed Forces Covenant Duty, introduced under the Armed Forces Act, came into force on the 22nd of November 2022, and this is a legal obligation on certain bodies, including the Housing Executive, to have due regard to the principles of the Covenant. It requires decisions about the development and delivery of certain services to be made with conscious consideration of the needs of the Armed Forces community. I'm committed to ensuring that we keep that Covenant. It has been shameful, some of the things that we have seen in recent weeks, the attitude of local authorities in recent weeks as well, and I will make sure that our armed forces are treated properly and in accordance with the Covenant.
Thank you, members. That ends the period for listed questions. We will now move to 15 minutes of topical questions. Note that topical questions 2 and number 8 have been withdrawn, and I call Mark Durkin.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Minister, residents of the university area in my own constituency have concerns about the use of unregulated HMOs, and I know from debate in this chamber that they aren't the only ones. Is the Minister content that his HMO unit is adequately resourced and sufficiently empowered to carry out investigation and enforcement?
Mr.
My goodness, it sounds as if Mr Durkin has been listening to the legitimate concerns of some of his local residents. But I'm glad that, as Mr Brett has said, he's now come on board. He recognises the issues that is actually causing for local communities. So what am I going to do about it? Well, I'll tell you, I will be making a statement to this House very soon, because I think that his question even betrays a misunderstanding of how the system operates, and there is a responsibility be on councils and how they handle issues around HMO. So I will be bringing a statement to this House where I'll be outlining the requirements and the responsibilities that are on local councils, and I look forward to him engaging with that.
Is the Minister responsible for HMO policy? Some houses across the north have essentially closed their kitchens off to avoid being defined as a HMO and to remain immune from enforcement. Some of these properties are being used as temporary accommodation by the housing executive, which is awful for tenants, and they're often overcrowded due to the definition of family in HMO legislation. Will the Minister's statement, he's told us he's aware of these issues. How aware is he of it? Does he find it acceptable? And how does he intend to address it?
What I'm aware of is who's actually responsible, and councils have extensive powers in these areas, and there's a mismatch between what different councils are doing. So I will be clarifying that and bringing that HMO statement to the House, and there will be opportunity for us to discuss that further. But what I think we should do first and foremost is to make sure that we're putting the concerns of local residents first. Look, in his theatrics over at the other side of the House, he's playing with his hands there, but it's very, very clear that there is a role and a responsibility for councils in this, and we have to have due regard for the law.
Minister, when will you update the Assembly on your consideration of the recommendations contained within the independent review of the liquor licensing system?
Minister.
Very shortly, we'll be publishing that very soon.
Minister, and obviously it's clear that there's an urgent need to reform the liquor licensing system. How will you ensure that any reforms balance the needs of the hospitality sector with the protection of public health and community wellbeing?
Look, this is a difficult issue because you are competing different priorities and different rights for various interested stakeholders involved in this. So we do want to try and get a balance on this. I will be bringing this to the House as I am required to do, and we will be publishing our response to that soon. And I will be looking at what additional reforms may be required in this in due course. But I hope to have that here for a fuller discussion, debate, and no doubt questions very soon.
Moving on, Dr. Steve Aiken is not in his place, so I call Arlia Flynn.
Minister, I've been contacted by a number of constituents from my local area who have been impacted by the Housing Executive's succession policy for housing executive properties, and I just wanted to ask if you have any plans to undertake a review into that policy.
There have been some concerns that have been expressed by that. Of course, again, we're trying to get a balance here between making sure that those with the proper and right connection to the homes are able to stay in those, but at the same time we have a requirement to make sure that the right stock goes to those who need it most. But yes, of course, I'll be happy to look into any specific issues that she's raising that can help inform any wider work that may need to be done on that.
Flynn.
Thank the Minister for that response, and I'm sure he can appreciate the difficulty that I'm sure we get it in all of our constituency offices, particularly when it's younger people who's maybe a young person who's lived their whole lives in the family home, and then, you know, sadly a parent or a relative has passed away, and they're having to leave their home in that situation. So it's maybe just to take on board if there is any review into this issue that we can try and take on board, in particular that cohort of young people who live their whole lives in a home but then have to move out of it due to the current policy.
I understand where the member's coming from, and I have so much sympathy for those that find themselves in that situation, and I get the family ties and the connections that can be there, and we need to make sure that we have a policy in place that is compassionate, but it needs to be compassionate not only to those in that situation but to others that are in need of a home that's suitable for them as well, and we need to make the most efficient use that we can of our stock. And sometimes whatever policy you have in place, you'll have people that fall out or it might not work for them, but I'm more than happy to work with anybody to make sure that we get this right, because you're talking about somebody's home, and I want to be as sympathetic as we can.
Harry Harley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, could you please give me an update on the Olympic Legacy Fund?
Pleased to say that the £1 million Olympic Legacy Fund is now open. We have grants available from £1 to £50,000. 65% will be grant and 35% crowd funded. This is the opportunity to make a real difference for those across Northern Ireland. I was asked, what are we doing to help sports clubs? What are we doing to help grassroots organisations that so often miss out? That's why I devised and developed this scheme, and I would encourage everybody to apply if they believe it can assist them in their local areas.
Harry Harvey.
And can I thank you, Minister, for this very positive fund, building on the legacy of our most successful Olympic Games last year. Does the Minister feel this investment could see more young people getting involved in sport, searching out for more Rhys McClenagans, for example? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I hope it inspires the next generation, maybe even the members inspired to take up a new sport. Maybe he's seeking Olympic glory as well, and I'd certainly encourage him in that. But I was in Paris in August 2024, and I met with Hannah Scott outside a cafe. We sat down, we had a conversation. She told me about some of the challenges that she faced in her early days competing in the sport. I met with her, I listened, I said we need to do something to help. That's why we brought forward the Olympic Legacy Fund. I'm also really proud of the Olympic Medalist Fund as well. And on Saturday I was on the River Bann in a boat, and a new boat that was actually bought through Hannah Scott's contribution from the Department for Communities Olympic Medalist Fund. That made a couple of things very clear to me. First of all, that there is no prospect of me competing in LA in 2028, but also how important it is to make sure that we do invest in grassroots sport, and we make sure that we have the facilities there. This is a big problem that we have in all sports right across Northern Ireland. We don't have enough funding going in to support people at grassroots. And how do people get to that elite level? How do they get to the Olympics if we don't have that funding in place? That's why I'm doing something about it through the Medalist Fund, through the Olympic Legacy Fund, and I hope that it inspires Mr Harvey and many others as well.
Holland.
Minister, you'll be aware there's huge concerns within the community and voluntary sector around the local growth fund. Whilst not within your remit, obviously the community and voluntary sector is. One of the main concerns that I'm hearing is how it will be split between revenue and capital, and I'm just wondering, have you had any conversations about the fund or about support with colleagues in either Department for Finance or in Westminster?
Yes, she is right to say that it is for the Department of Finance to take forward, but it impacts all of us, and it's something I'm concerned about, something I've raised with executive colleagues, and we've certainly been putting those views across. What we need more than anything else is certainty. We don't have that. I'm worried that we're going towards a cliff edge, but I can assure her we're aware of these issues. We're doing everything that we can at our end, but the government really needs to get to grips with this, because it's too many years of this sort of thing happening with regards to these funding models that they're putting in place, and everybody needs certainty.
Shamil Holland.
So many of the voluntary organisations that are funded or have been funded by that are looking at disability and employment schemes. Is there anything that your department can do in conjunction with the Department for Economy, perhaps bringing in something we'd spoken about before around Job Start instead of that statutory programmes? Maybe we're looking at using that to try and bolster some of the community and voluntary sector. Is there any way around that?
Well, I'm happy to look at all of the programmes that we have and what actually works best for people, what delivers the results. That's what I'm driven by. So I hope that we will see the government follow through and give the funding to those projects that need it. But of course, we will look in the totality of everything that's offered and see what's best for people. How do we make sure that we help those that are in need and will not be found wanting when it comes to them?
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister, a number of constituents come into my office, and when a tenant leaves a property, the landlord rips up the carpet, and so the new tenants coming into the property are faced with having to put in carpets, and you know how tough it is for people right now. Is there anything your department can do to support these people?
I'm assuming, is the member referring to private rented tenancies? Yeah. Disappointed to hear that that's your experiences as well. It's something that we hear about from time to time. This is something I'm happy to raise with officials and see what needs to be done, whether there's additional measures that we can take in terms of regulation or other support. If she's any specific examples of how she thinks that we can intervene, I'll be happy to look into that.
Nicola.
Deputy Speaker, I'm not an expert in this, but some of the organisations really are. I know from a colleague who works in St Vincent de Paul, this is something that comes up regularly. So if your officials are going to engage on this, I'd ask that they also engage with the voluntary and community sector who are supporting people, and they may well have solutions of how this can be addressed. So it just seems senseless to me.
Yeah, I'm happy to ensure that officials engage with them directly to make sure that we scope out the problem and what, if any, solutions there are.
Yeah, Minister, I'd like to ask in relation to the rural assessment, the assessment for rural housing needs, where that sits at present. Thank you.
Well, it's obviously an important part of the work that we do, and you'll see how the housing supply strategy also addresses the rural needs that we have as well. But ultimately, we have a shortage of supply everywhere. That includes in rural areas, and we need to make sure that we're fulfilling the demands that are there.
Minister, and the Minister is well aware of the pressures there are on wastewater, particularly in some of the urban settings. However, in some rural settings there is capacity. Can the Minister and will the Minister ensure that social housing can be focused and where it can be built in rural areas to ensure that needs met?
Conversations that we're having at the minute, Mr Deputy Speaker, because I want to see as many homes built as possible, and just because we're not able to build those where there is highest demand because of some of the wastewater constraints, it shouldn't stop us from building as many as we can, because I think the most important thing is that we have houses for those that need it. That's the challenge that we face. I'm committed to doing that. I'm bringing new and innovative policy proposals to the executive in the coming weeks about how we can build more homes, but that is my priority, to make sure that we have more homes. We had a very spirited debate in here last week about the quality of those homes in terms of energy efficiency standards, but I'll do everything that I can to maximise that, and the availability of wastewater is something that we're looking at, and of course it's a big part of the housing supply strategy, which has been successful because departments are now starting to talk to each other and work together to maximise that output, and you will see the benefit coming from that very soon.
Members, that concludes the list of Dr. Aiken.
For not being in my place at a topical, but I was, as previously briefed, at a funeral of a very important member of the Ulster Unionist Party and his brother as well. And we send all our regards from this party to him for that on this sad occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aiken. That point has been noted. I'll return to my comment there that does conclude the list of topical questions to the Minister, and rather than say time is up, I'll thank you all for getting the questions done in such a timely way. To the members and the Minister, of course, nothing to do with me. We now, members, return to the debate on the motion on tackling child poverty, and I call the next speaker in the debate, who is Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The tone of this debate so far is as it should be. It's been muted, respectful, and I think fundamentally we're all quite ashamed that we have to have a debate on child poverty. Of course, child poverty doesn't exist in isolation from wider poverty levels. It is such a deep-rooted and complex issue requiring a whole government approach, hence the need to deliver a focused and impactful anti-poverty strategy. Take, for example, the crucial aspect of affordable quality childcare. We have a current system where the cost of full-time childcare makes it impossible for many to work full-time hours or access training and education. This disproportionately impacts women, many of whom will give up on opportunities to change jobs, increase hours, take on training opportunities, start businesses, simply because they can't afford to do so. And I fully acknowledge that Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme is in place. However, we need to think bigger than that and deliver a completely new system through the Early Learning and Childcare Strategy. However, in my remarks, I want to focus on child poverty and education, both because, as the Independent Review of Education highlighted, education can be the route through which people break out of the cycle of poverty, and because of the impact poverty has on a child's education. The Northern Ireland Audit Office report on child poverty in Northern Ireland highlighted that evidence shows the gap in attainment between children growing up in poverty and their peers starts early and lasts throughout school. By the time they reach primary school, children from low-income families are already up to a year behind middle-income families in terms of cognitive skills. Children receiving free school meals are twice as likely to leave school with no GCSEs as their more affluent peers. This entrenched link between educational disadvantage and economic circumstance has been long considered. We have the brilliant First Start report, which also produced the rarest of things in Northern Ireland, a costed action plan, and the independent review of education. And so we are not seeking policy answers. The experts have told us time and time again what we need to focus on. So too have those with lived experience of poverty. We know, for example, that educational attainment interventions start before a child is even born, ensuring health support is there for women and families. And there is great work going on in our communities to ensure this, like in my own constituency, Atlas Women's Centre and Resurgam Trust's Healthy Living Centre wrap support around mums and families. But this support needs expanded, and that can only happen in a reformed health system. We know that you can't tackle educational underachievement through curriculum and assessment changes alone. School leaders will tell you we need to focus on pastoral support and whole community approaches. We need children who feel safe and secure in and outside of schools. We need children who are not going hungry while trying to focus. One of the reasons we as a party support the expansion of free school meals. We need children who feel they are getting the right support, whether it is from counsellors or speech and language therapists. And we need to reduce and remove the financial barriers in place for families trying to access an education for their children. And that means real action on the cost of school uniforms and other costs. And I want to pick up on the school uniform bill from yesterday and the missed opportunity that it represents. We know most interventions to tackle poverty require investment, but this bill could have delivered real certainty on affordability without costing the department anything. We still wait to see the guidance, but from what was said yesterday, it looks like the Education Minister is going to outsource responsibility for ensuring affordable uniforms to our schools. I don't doubt anyone in this chamber who says they want to reduce and end child poverty. The question is, do ministers have the commitment to focus on the interventions that will make a real difference? We need money if we are going to address these systemic issues. Yes.
Would the member agree with me that that cash first approach really is what families have told us they need most?
Thank you. No, I agree entirely. We can't pretend that if you're going to tackle poverty that you don't need money and you don't need investment. Families are telling us that, organisations are telling us that, and we have to acknowledge that that is a fact. So to conclude then, in that context where we need money if we are going to address these systemic issues, the urgency to integrate our society and public services and to move away from the division and dysfunction that holds this place back becomes even more acute and more necessary. I know that we are up for this. I'm not convinced that everybody else shares that conviction. Thank you.
Baker.
Concolia, and I thank the members for bringing forward this important motion. In my time in this Assembly, we have had a number of motions highlighting the need to tackle child poverty. Sadly, the current anti-poverty strategy is another false dawn for hard-pressed families here in the North. From the outset, I will be clear, this is the Minister for Communities' anti-poverty strategy. This Minister has simply taken all the well-researched and co-designed work by his predecessor, Dergy Hargey, and threw it in the bin. The key stakeholders are all of the same opinion, that the current anti-poverty strategy will make no tangible difference to people's lives. Not only is there no consensus around the Minister's plan, there is absolute opposition to it. Organisations and individuals wrote to him outlining their concerns, but it would seem this Minister believes the experts are wrong and his lacklustre plan is right. Whilst we are under harsh financial constraints in this place imposed by London, there are important interventions we could make that could make a significant impact on people's lives. My own private member's bill to end holiday hunger is one step in the right direction to tackling child poverty. I hope to see my private member bill on the floor of this chamber very soon, and I hope it will receive support from every corner of this House. We know that when children are more food secure, their educational attainment goes up, and reliance on food programmes like food banks reduces. Whilst it is not a panacea in the terms of ending child poverty, it is at least an opportunity to support 90,000 children during the school holidays. This is a real tangible change we can make in this chamber that would positively impact people's lives. But when it comes to legislation, we have already seen missed opportunities this week. The Education Minister's Uniform Bill could have been a game changer for children and families. Sadly, yes.
The member in his earlier remarks mentioned the well-researched and co-designed work taken forward by the predecessor of the Minister. Can the Minister maybe perhaps enlighten this House as to what was contained in the previous Minister's outworkings and what's not within this strategy?
That was Dirty Hargis, a work that was done, and I know that was blocked at a certain point in the executive. So that'd be one thing that the Minister could probably outline in his closing remarks. As far as the Uniform Minister's bill, it could have, with the amendments, could have went a lot further in equality and in costs. We could have been using the best practice that has worked elsewhere in the North across the board, delivering a comfortable, inclusive uniform for less than the uniform grant. So let's be clear, the DUP have no interest in tackling the real issues that are putting families under pressure. All ministers have budgets. They must prioritise. They can't always blame and hide behind the executive. My private member's bill will at least be a piece of the puzzle to end child poverty, and with the support of this House, it can be delivered in time for next summer. Gormagh.
Elsie McLoone.
Over a year ago, this Assembly debated a motion from our party on this very topic. The Northern Ireland Audit Office had just published a report on child poverty. They found that 1 in 5 children in Northern Ireland was living in relative poverty, and nearly 10% of households were unable to afford basic goods. We called on the Minister for Communities then to bring forward by September last year a comprehensive strategy that included specific and measurable targets to reduce child poverty. We also called on the Communities Minister to work with the Minister of Finance to agree an ambitious ring-fenced budget to deliver on those targets. As my colleague Matthew O'Toole said at the time, the Audit Office report was full of shocking findings on the stubbornly high levels of child poverty in our society. 1 in 5 children in the North living in relative poverty and nearly 1 in 10 in absolute poverty. It showed that not only have we, collectively, failed to properly address child poverty, but we have allowed the problem to get worse. We also highlighted the challenge those levels of child poverty present for Northern Ireland in the long term. It's not only a moral challenge, but it creates long-term costs for other public services. Child poverty levels impact directly on the education system, the health service, and sometimes, sadly, the criminal justice system and social services, as any of us in their constituents' offices will well know. Then, as now, we believe there should be a binding target for child poverty reduction to judge the effectiveness of efforts to tackle it. Over a year later, child poverty levels in the North are still shockingly high. And what has this executive actually done? Their anti-poverty strategy still sits in draft form. There are no new policies and no ring-fenced budget. There are no agreed targets to measure any eventual policy against. Their draft strategy cannot even name which executive departments are to be responsible for its 3 key pillars. That's not good enough. Charities, campaigners and families are right to be angry, as we should be. They've been through the executive's box-ticking exercise for a hollow draft strategy, an exercise that has clearly failed to meet the scale of the crisis. The Minister, the executive, don't have any new ideas, no money, and evidently no urgency to deal with the problem.
Will the member give way?
Yep.
Beat the Minister to that. Thank the member for giving way. Will the member agree with me that this comes down to a sheer lack of political will to tackle this in a meaningful way, and that this executive has been disastrous in dealing with this issue, and on the watch of the Minister and his colleagues around that round table, child poverty has gotten worse in Northern Ireland since the executive returned?
In the meantime, thank you for that. My colleague just reiterated what point I was trying to make, maybe in a much more articulate way as ever. So, in the meantime, sector organisations are telling us that they want to help develop a meaningful plan. So, we're back in the Assembly bringing their message to the Executive. Our motion today calls again for a fit-for-purpose anti-poverty strategy that introduces proven interventions, interventions that have been adopted in Scotland and in the rest of Ireland, interventions that have reduced child poverty rates significantly, a child payment for families on universal credit, tax credits or other qualifying benefits, accessible and affordable childcare and expanded free school meals. All policies this Executive could and should be introducing. Our message is clear. If the Executive have no new ideas to tackle child poverty, well then we and the community sector do have. But what the public will be asking is, if the Executive parties cannot or will not agree to fund an effective strategy to tackle child poverty, then what can they agree on? Mullumsa and Molu Osargor and you, I propose and support the motion. Thank you.
Speaker, every child deserves the best start in life, and I believe that everyone in the chamber agrees on that. Child poverty is devastating, but it does not exist in a vacuum, but to families as a whole, and our aim should be to address poverty in its entirety, and that is what Communities Minister Gordon Lyons has brought forward through the Executive's anti-poverty strategy. Pardon me. As a member of the Public Accounts Committee, I was on the committee when the child poverty inquiry took place, and it is a bit disingenuous of the SDLP to use this to attack the Minister here. It was a reflection on the 2016 to 2022 child poverty strategy. And yes, it classed it as a catalogue of failures and made a number of recommendations, but the Minister and his department have accepted 9 out of 10 of those recommendations and partially accepted the other one to work on it. And also, from the end of that strategy, 2022, there was a 2-year gap until something else had come forward, and the committee had recommended that the new anti-poverty strategy be presented to the Executive as soon as possible, and Minister Lyons has done that. Mark Durkan said the opposition are serious about eradicating child poverty, but what evidence has he got of that? The evidence here for the DUP is that Minister Lyons has brought forward a strategy and is addressing this on the front foot. Children, by their nature, are vulnerable. They cannot support themselves, they cannot get a job, and they rely on their parents and their guardians to take care of them. The DUP is committed to stand on the side of families as they are struggling, and Gordon's anti-poverty strategy is focused on those issues. Yeah.
The member agree with me that whilst you're saying children cannot take care of themselves and they rely on other people to take care of them, in fact, when you look at who are carers out there, many children are actually carers and are caring for their parents, and in that we need to ensure that those children are looked after within any strategy.
I thank the member for her intervention, and I completely agree with her that as we look at all the strands of the anti-poverty strategy, we pull out the child-related issues and the specific issues that she has mentioned as well. In the Chamber today, it has been mentioned that the Scottish Child Payment Scheme is a potential option to be considered here. But again, in the PAC hearing, we heard the evidence presented that it made very little difference to the situation in Scotland and the actual effect on levels of child poverty. And with a huge spend of £471 million every year, to have barely moved the needle on child poverty, the question really is this the right way forward for us? And pardon me, it's simple for the SDLP and the Alliance to call for this, but let's be honest with people, Gordon Lyons doesn't have an extra £471 million a year, and if he did, would it be the best option for him to put it into a scheme which has no proven track record of making a significant difference? It would be up to the Minister to assess different value for money options and how it aligned to different strands upon his strategy. Yeah.
member for giving way, and as the Deputy Chair of the PAC with me as Chair, I do agree we have had a very worthwhile inquiry. However, one of the main criticisms and themes that came through was the silo working of the executive departments. I understand this Minister must lead on it, but is it regrettable surely from the outset that the First Minister walked backwards 10 minutes after the announcement?
Well, thank the member for intervention, and I would agree with that point. And as we sat through the hearing, it was absolutely devastating to hear the plans and things that were outlaid for that 2016 to 2022 strategy. And as the member as chair of PAC was quoted, catalogue of failures is a fair reflection on that. But the key point to take forward from this is we have to learn the lessons from that and build this into the process going forward, and I'm confident that Minister Lyons will do that. The Minister's priority has been to make a difference, and make a difference now with the tools that he has had to his hand. And on that, he has brought forward the first Northern Ireland anti-poverty strategy, challenging as that may have been. It's cutting right across, as Daniel McCrossan said, we need it to be cross-cutting to move away from the siloed nature of government here in Northern Ireland, because to fully address poverty, it needs to hit every single department, and every department needs to play its part. The Minister has set out his commitment on this issue, and he is committed to help every child in Northern Ireland. And unlike others, he doesn't stand from the sidelines just criticising. He takes an action. This Minister has a track record of delivery, and he cares about the people in Northern Ireland, and he's serious in his approach to tackle child poverty, and I support the Communities Minister in his work on this.
Members, thank you. That concludes the list of speakers. I now call on the Minister for Communities to respond. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank all of those that have contributed to the debate today. This is an important issue, probably one of the most important issues that we face, because poverty is a curse, and I think that when it comes to child poverty, that's particularly egregious. And it limits potential, it harms people and their life chances. And I'm serious and I'm sincere in my attempts to try and deal with this issue. And for what it's worth, Mr Deputy Speaker, I actually believe that others in this chamber are sincere as well. I think that we all want to tackle this, and I all think that we want to work together to make sure that we can make a meaningful difference in people's lives. I think that is the first thing to highlight, that this is something that we all need to work together on. This is an executive strategy, and I emphasise that as well, not because I am trying to share any of the brickbats that are coming towards me, but this has to be done together. We have to do this in a joint-up fashion. And so I do take exception to some of the comments that were made today in relation to this anti-poverty strategy that we have in draft form. Because I brought it to the executive, not as my plan or my proposals, because first of all we had the cross-departmental working group, and we went out to all departments and we said, what can you do? And what do you think that we should have within this strategy that can make a meaningful difference? And the ministers came back with their ideas. Those were put into the draft strategy, and the executive as a whole agreed that this would go forward to the next stage. And it's why I do take exception to some of the comments that have been made by Cathy Mason and by Danny Baker in particular. Because Danny said, and I'm pleased to engage with Mr Baker today, I don't see him often in any of our debates that we're both here for. One of the first things that he said was that there's nothing new in here. And he said that I've scrapped everything that the co-design group wanted. I think he said that I've put it in the bin. That's just wrong. And let me go through and say some of the things that the co-design group asked for that are in the report. So they wanted period poverty to be included. It's in there. They identified the need to tackle fuel poverty. It's in there. They said they needed to identify the need to make school attendance cost neutral. Work's ongoing on that. We've got the continuation of the Extended Schools programme and the RAISE programme as well. And we know about the legislation that's been brought forward on school uniforms that they asked for as well. The co-design group asked for mitigation payments to be extended. I've done that. The co-design group asked that we continue to pressure the UK government on the pensions triple lock. I've done that. The co-design group highlighted the need for a childcare strategy. We agreed, and within weeks the Education Minister will be bringing that forward. The co-design group raised issues of low pay and workers' rights. His party colleague is bringing that forward, unless he's saying that that is no longer the case. The co-design group highlighted housing as an issue, and the executive housing supply strategy is in there as well. Just one second. And the co-design group asked that we maximise and improve access to benefits, advice and support for older people. So those are things that are there. It's wrong of the member to say that it has been scrapped. Let me just move on to something else that the member's wrong on as well, and then I'll take an intervention from him. Because this is something that has been repeated ad nauseum by others. They say there's no new actions within the anti-poverty strategy. We heard that again and again. It's demonstrably wrong. There are new actions. Mr. McCrossan, who's used to being wrong, is shaking his head. There are new actions that are in here, new things that we have started since the executive return, new things that we are continuing to do. So adoption of the housing supply strategy, extension of welfare mitigation payments, the fuel poverty strategy, £23 million subsidy for working parents, the childcare strategy that's coming forward, all of the other issues which I have just mentioned, as well as the Healthy Child, Happy Future programme, the New People and Place strategy. And one last week, I need to give away to Mr Baker first, one that came last week, a new employability programme, £12 million, targeting some of those that are the hardest to reach to get into work. I've seen the impacts of it firsthand, and it changes lives. So there are new actions. I'm going to come on in a second to some of the new things that we may be able to take on after, but I'll give way to Mr Baker.
Minister, for giving way, and when things are good, you always love a wee pat in the back, a wee bit like the Education Minister. All the organisations are saying that this will make no tangible difference. So how are you going to make that right with them organisations? Because they're not just making it up, Minister.
So you say that it's not going to make any difference. You don't think that welfare mitigations are going to have any difference? You don't think that a fuel poverty strategy, where we're going to invest more than we've ever done before in retrofitting people's homes, you don't think that's going to have an impact? The extended schools programme, Make the Call service, we're continuing to that. I'm continuing to invest. One second. The Make the Call service that I'm continuing, that's an important part. It may seem small, but in 23-24 we generated £62.1 million of annualised benefits. £62 million. You don't think that's going to have an impact on poverty? So I make no apology whatsoever for those things that we are continuing and the new actions that have been included, some of which, by the way, have already been delivered, the housing supply strategy as well. I miss Mr McCrossan. He's not in the committee anymore, so I'm more than happy to give way to him.
Thanks, Minister, for giving way. I do have to say to you, you really need to wake up on this. There's nothing new in what you're saying. It's literally like you've taken everything from the cupboard, fired it in the basket and painted it as something that's new. That's not the case. Bernardo said that the overall strategy in its draft form was weak and lacking in action, with a need for more robust plans that include specific targets and commitments. Are you saying Bernardo's is wrong here at the cold face, supporting people struggling on a daily basis, or are you literally in a dreamland?
I will say two things. I will say it is wrong to say that there are no new actions, because I've just read those out. But it seems to be oftentimes in this place, no matter how often I give not opinion, but that I give fact, people argue against that. But okay, we'll take that on board. The second thing that I would say is this is a plan that is out for consultation. Well, it's now closed, but it was out for consultation. So we have the opportunity to hear, and I've said from the start, we will listen to all of the ideas, but what I was not prepared to do was bring forward a strategy that was unaffordable, that was uncosted. And here's the thing, it would have been the easiest thing in the world for me to do. To bring forward a plan that had a child payment. A child payment, by the way, Mr Durkan has called for in his motion, he didn't even know how much it was going to cost. Or more for childcare, or removing the 2-child limit, or more in school meals or other free provision. I could have brought that forward, stuffed it all in, and handed it over to the executive and said, there you go. I'm not prepared to do that. The Leader of the Opposition was saying in the previous debate how fed up he is of that, of people bringing forward unrealistic proposals. I'm not doing that. We've got something here that is affordable. We've got something here that is costed. We've gone out to consultation and we've said, OK, where do you think we fall short? What else can we do? What can we do to make a difference? And then the executive can consider that. And the executive can decide what we take forward. But that takes us to the next issue that I want to address, is the need for us to be growing up. I've said how easy it would be for me to fill this strategy with all of these wonderful things that we might be able to do. It does come down to funding. It comes down to what our priorities are, but we have to recognise that those come with a price tag. So let's take the child payment, for example, £300 million. I don't think the evidence is convincing in Scotland. It hasn't moved the needle beyond the margin of error in terms of how we analyse those that may be in poverty in Scotland. Let's talk about that. The member has brought it forward today in this motion. He didn't know how much it was going to cost, and he's got no plan for how he would fund that. Now, perhaps we can find the money from somewhere. Perhaps there are other things that we can stop to enable that to come in. But that needs to be tested. Because I want to make sure that we spend every single pound that we have in the best way possible. I want it to have maximum impact. And that's why I am so passionate about the fuel poverty strategy, because so much of households' income goes towards keeping their homes warm. And if we can put more investment into retrofitting of homes, making homes more energy efficient, that will benefit our constituents, not just for 1 year, but every single year after that. That's why I'm so passionate about getting people into work. The disability and work plan, taking our employment rate from 40% up to 50%, getting 50,000 people more in work. That's good for them. Helps their life chances. But you know what else it does? It allows us to have more money. 50,000 people in work at an average of £15,000 of saving to Treasury through national insurance contributions and tax revenue. That's £750 million a year. Think then of what we could do with that money in terms of getting it towards those who are in work and still need support. So I say to this House, I say to all of those groups that are interested in listening, I'm more than happy to explore these. I will listen to what has been said during the consultation period. We will take those on board, but what I'm going to do is be realistic. And I'll not be supporting anything going through the executive that I don't believe is going to work, or that I don't believe is going to make a difference, or that's simply a wish list. I'm not prepared to do that. I want to have delivery, not delusion. Mr. Durkan.
Thank the Minister for giving way. We've already seen and heard how the Minister disregards the expert and the evidence coming from experts in the sector. But now he's also dismissing evidence from the Scottish Government itself, who identifies the impact of their child payment of £27.15 per week as having resulted in 4 percentage points fewer children living in poverty.
We see there he goes again. He's making political. I've not disregarded the sector. I'm not saying that at all. And I think he's being disingenuous by saying that. I want to work. I genuinely want to work with people to get this right. But I've done nothing but set out the facts in regards to this. Look, he quotes statistics from the Scottish Government itself. Okay, they might have a special interest in this, but the information that we have is actually that it hasn't moved beyond what the margin of error is. But I'm saying let's have that debate. Maybe it was a good investment. Maybe that £490 million that went into the child payment, maybe that's the best way that we can spend money. Or maybe it is retrofitting, or maybe it is childcare, or maybe it is some of the other issues that we want to do. I will have that debate, but in terms of this draft anti-poverty strategy, this is something that is affordable. He's getting very exercised. I'm more than happy to give way.
Ministers accused me of not knowing the cost of this. Now, between himself and his party colleague, they have given 4 different costs in the course of the last couple of speeches. Which is it?
I'm not sure specifically what he is referring to, but it is clear you were the one that brought the motion, not saying how on earth, not saying how it is that you would pay for it. And while we're talking about those that are wrong, Mr McCrossan has said that child poverty has got worse in Northern Ireland. In fact, it's unchanged over the last couple of years. Something else the party got wrong, I think it was Mr McGlone, was in terms of the recommendations of the Public Accounts Committee, saying that they were trashed as well. They have been taken on, one of them partially, the rest in full. So what I am saying, I hope very clearly to the House today, is that we have a draft anti-poverty strategy that is costed and that we believe actually tackles some of the root causes of poverty in Northern Ireland. Some of us want to go further. I would like to go further as well. And I will work with all of those who are interested, and I will look at what comes to us as we finish analysing the consultation responses, as we hear from the committee, as we hear from others as well. I'm more than happy to look into that and see what can be taken on board. But I'm going to be honest with people, because if Mr Durkin and others are saying that you would bring in the child payment and the childcare and all of those other issues, we need to at least be honest and give way to Mr McCrossan.
Thank the Minister for giving way. Minister, we all know this is going to take a collective responsibility from the Executive. We're not foolish in that regard. Did the First Minister, the Executive, agree with you prior to that draft strategy being published and then walk backwards afterwards after the public backlash?
I was in the Executive meeting, Mr McCrossan, where it was agreed that this would go out to consultation. In an Executive meeting where for weeks beforehand Ministers had the papers, where Ministers had contributed to the action points. So it was agreed. Questions were asked of me. I answered those. We went out to consultation. So yes, I think it's fair to say that I was surprised at that point, standing beside the First Minister, to hear what she had to say when it had been signed off, not only by the Executive, but that contributions to that strategy were made by Sinn Féin ministers. Now, if they had come, I will, yes.
Minister, do you accept that the draft that you came forward to the Executive was greatly reduced from the draft that Deirdre Hargey had left on the desk in that department when you took up office?
I have already outlined how much is still in there, but I don't really see the relevance to that point. That was the case, and that is the case. My time is almost up, so
the time is
we
up.
will have a consultation. We will see where we go from here. I'm determined that we sort out this issue.
Yeah. Thank you, Minister. I now call on Cara Hunter to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to wind on this important debate this afternoon. With 1 in 5 of our children living in absolute poverty, we are not just feeling a statistic, but we are feeling an entire generation of young people here in Northern Ireland. The latest Northern Ireland Poverty and Income Inequality Report of 2023 to 2024 confirmed that 21% of children living here in the North are growing up in absolute poverty after housing costs. That's roughly around 95,000 children. That's 95,000 young lives starting off from behind through no fault of their own. In the SDLP, we know that poverty in childhood isn't temporary. It sets the trajectory for health outcomes, and as we've heard at the Education Committee, it impacts educational attainment and accessing opportunities and life opportunities and job opportunities for years to come. A child born into poverty is more likely to fall behind at school, and this is one of the driving factors which led the SDLP to bring forward the period poverty bill to provide free products to keep girls in the classroom and partaking in sport out on the pitch, to make sure there are no barriers to education or extracurricular activities. Children in poverty are more likely to suffer poor mental health and physical health and to struggle to find stable work as an adult. Every piece of research tells us that investing early saves money later in life, but we are still firefighting the consequences rather than tackling the root cause. And while figures I've mentioned today are shocking, they're really not evenly spread. And as a North West representative, I do note that the highest rates of child poverty are in areas in the North West, with parts of my constituency falling into Derry City and Strabane, and other areas like Belfast have persistent deprivation. Families in the North West are among those hardest hit by rising food and energy costs, and of course the impact of welfare reforms.
Will the member give way?
Yep.
I thank my colleague for giving way, the Deputy Speaker. Would the member agree with me that recent statistics in the Trussell Trust highlighted that in 2024, 520,000 people across Northern Ireland, 130,000 of which were children, lived in food-insecure households? This is 20,000 more children than in 2022. Does the member agree with me that child poverty in Northern Ireland has got worse on this the Executive's watch, and that the Executive is literally full of daydream believers?
I thank the member for his intervention. Yes, and I'm sure all of us at some point in our roles as MLAs or just as individuals have been in homes where children have really struggled with poverty and lack of access to food, and it's absolutely heartbreaking. And we know children who have empty stomachs coming to school really can't focus as much in class as much as their peers who do come from a home that has a lot of wealth. So I think it is important to note, and child poverty is a choice. It's a political will choice, it's a policy choice, and I think that the emphasis here is that this executive needs to act. But regional balance must mean an equal opportunity for every child, not postcode inequality. Members, the proposed anti-poverty strategy gives little confidence that anything will change. We feel strongly there's no clear delivery timetable and no dedicated budget. Without these, no thank you, you've had your time. Without those, it is not a strategy, merely a statement of good intent on paper. The executive promised that eradicating child poverty would be a defining mission, yet the draft anti-poverty strategy falls short of what families urgently need. And for those of us who've been out in our communities, in our constituencies, just before the school season, we know it's the families who can't afford the new school shoes or get a raincoat for their child or children, and Santa's getting ready to come to town, and there's a lot of anxious families about what Christmas Day will look like. They'll be listening today, and these families will demand answers. And we know what works, and as mentioned previously in this debate, we know that Scotland's child payment is lifting thousands of children out of poverty. That's statistically backed. A Northern Ireland child payment, we feel strongly, could do the same here. Parents also speak very passionately about the issue of cost of childcare, which is pushing them out of work and out of study and reducing the family household income. That's why we also need to really reinforce the importance of true, accessible, affordable childcare here in the North that reflects real costs, affordable costs, and supports parents and families to stay in employment. Free school meals is something we at the Education Committee have spoken about often, and the SLP believe firmly that this must be expanded so that no child sits in a class hungry or is embarrassed about their family income. Hidden poverty is a massive thing in our society, with working parents who fall in between the gaps, make just enough money that they can't access certain benefits, but yet they're struggling profusely to make ends meet. So we must ask today, does this draft strategy truly meet need? Does it constitute a genuine, measurable plan of action? Or is it simply a collection of worthy statements without the structure, targets, or accountability that the law requires? The draft strategy lacks clear outcomes or milestones, and without those, how can it meet the statutory definition of a strategy? No thank you, let alone based on objective need. And what does objective need even mean here? The draft leaves it undefined, to be interpreted differently across different departments, and this is something we talk often about. All political parties believe cross-departmental engagement is a priority when it comes to the eradication of child poverty, and I also believe it shouldn't just be a Department for Communities issue. We need to see housing, education, health and the economy department play a role and all be on the same page. To include other members' comments, Cathy Mason rightfully mentioned that children are not in control of their circumstances, and we often see two types of childhoods, one defined by poverty and others entirely free from it. Linda Dillon and Diane Forsyth touched on the importance of highlighting the challenges and the needs of child carers in the North. And Sian Mulholland had talked about the importance of an intersectional strategy that is adequately resourced. I agree, and it's very difficult sometimes because what we do see in this building is fantastic strategies on paper, but then we're not seeing the resource behind and getting those measurable outcomes. Colm Gildernew reiterated the need for accountability in the strategy being paramount, and the committee's stance on child poverty is that it is a choice. Members, if budgets are moral documents, then how we spend our money tells our children what we believe that they are worth. The cost of inaction is counted not just in pounds, but so much potential is lost when it comes to our young people. So today I think it is important to be honest about where we are, and most importantly, ambitious about where we can be. Let's build a fit-for-purpose anti-poverty strategy, shaped by lived experience, backed by appropriate funding and focused on outcomes. Every child deserves the same start in life and the power to shape their own future, not to be trapped by their circumstances. We just had a number of young people in here today, and I'm delighted that they could be here to be part of this discussion, because ultimately we are talking about them. This executive holds the key and can bring genuine change, but Minister and members, this draft strategy is nowhere near close to deliver for the families and the children right across the north. Thank you.
Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Members, please take your ease for a change at the table.
Okay, members, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on closure of the Community Crisis Intervention Centre. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly reaffirms its commitment to tackling Northern Ireland's growing mental health crisis, expresses regret at the recent closure of Extern's Community Crisis Intervention Service in Foyle due to funding cuts, and the lack of action taken to develop a cross-cutting approach to funding by the Executive, and calls on the Executive to adopt a person-centred approach to the budget that ensures that services such as this can continue to meet the needs of those who need them.
Thank you, and I call on Mark Durgan to move the motion. Thank you, Mark. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 3 minutes. Mark, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Those of us who've experienced the heartbreak of suicide know that it never leaves you. The sleepless nights wondering what more you could have done, the guilt that gnaws away, the lives shattered and families changed forever. We tell people who are struggling to reach out, to seek help, but what happens when that help isn't there? When someone in crisis is told that they can't access services for another 6 weeks at least, when the system that should catch them simply isn't there when they fall. Often in this chamber, and more so than outside in the real world, we see and hear division over the daftest of issues, and sometimes over fundamental political ideology. But suicide prevention and saving lives should and does unite us all. It united us 5 years ago when we all stood here making the same argument to fund this critical crisis intervention service in Derry, an area with a shamefully high suicide rate. It's shameful that once more we have a fight on our hands to reinstate a service that quite literally saved lives, but was forced to close a couple of months ago when funding from the Mental Health Support Fund ended. How can that be justified at a time when a mental health crisis is engulfing our communities? Where was the forward planning from the department? Since its establishment in 2018, CCIS has provided more than 3,400 one-to-one crisis interventions, many of them out of hours, the very hours when people are at their most vulnerable, at their darkest, and alone with their thoughts. It was community-based, it was person-centred, and it worked. Don't take my word for it. We've heard from service users, people who say they wouldn't be here today had it not been for this service. Council led the way to secure this service, but at the time I remember we had to drag the department and drag the Western Trust to the table. We even had to get a significant financial contribution from Foyle Search and Rescue, a wonderful local charity, to make ends meet. It's ironic that on World Mental Health Day last week, the news broke that 80% of the mental health strategy has been shelved, basically. 80%. But we and others, that didn't come as news to us. We've been raising the alarm on this for years. The problem isn't a lack of knowledge, it's a lack of political will. Only a handful of the 35 flagship commitments made in the strategy's launch in 2021 have seen any tangible progress. Initiatives on early intervention, crisis response and workforce expansion have all stalled. If the strategy had been delivered properly, fewer people would be hitting crisis point, and in turn the need for crisis services like the one in Foyle would be reduced. That crisis intervention service, as I said, has been a success, and it's been a success despite uncertainty over its future and despite staff being uncertain about their futures. That's not the way they've run any service, but it's definitely not the way to run a service of this nature. The closure of the Crisis Intervention Service, alongside the defunding of other vital supports in Derry, the removal of Northland's core funding, the defunding of Men's Action Network, have left a dangerous void in the community already struggling under immense pressure. The Western Trust, as we established in question time last week, has among the highest waiting lists for mental health support in the North, and the fewest psychiatrists per head of population. The Community Crisis Intervention Service actually helped cushion that system. It took pressure off emergency services. It gave people hope when all else had failed them. And now they've been failed again. Now where do people go? Who catches them before they fall? But if we are serious about tackling mental health, then every department, as the motion says, must be part of the solution. These community-based services, they aren't optional extras, they're literal lifelines. And I urge you, Minister, and your executive colleagues to give this lifeline a lifeline.
Thank you, Mark. I call Cara Ferguson.
Speaker, person-centred, cost-effectiveness and life-saving. These are just some of the terms that local people and staff within Extern have used to describe the Community Crisis Intervention Centre in Derry. I want to thank the proposers of today's motion and to emphasise my support and the support of my party to the need for urgent, equitable investment in mental health and well-being. As Mark has mentioned, the Foyle Crisis Intervention Centre was born out of need back in 2018. Research in 2021 evidenced that the crisis intervention is an important part of suicide prevention and that these services, when provided, were availed of and positively evaluated. In the same year, obviously you're well aware, they were able to secure funding through the Mental Health Fund, which was the COVID allocation, and that gives some level of stability for the key service that was needed. Having worked in the community and voluntary sector for over 20 plus years and working closely with the range of mental health charities and service providers and staff who are on the front line and providing life-saving support for individuals and their families, I cannot commend enough their commitment, especially in the context of quite complex trauma-related mental health issues which exist. I also want to commend Foyle Search and Rescue, whose volunteers give up 12,500 hours in 2024, helping 234 people in the city and bringing 3 deceased loved ones back to their families. We all know here of the devastating statistics. We know mental health exists on a complex continuum, so any adequate response should mean that these vital services are sustained and bolstered further by additional work across all our departments. At any one time, individual, family and relationship, community or structural inequalities can all interact to either protect or undermine a person's mental health and well-being. The more exposed you are to adverse experiences and circumstances, the more challenging it is to maintain resilience and bounce back from hardship. I don't want to take away from the primary focus of the motion other than to acknowledge that improving mental health requires a whole-of-government approach to address the root causes rather than relying on health services only and crisis interventions only. I want to finish by stating that we all have seen how underfunded mental health systems fail our communities and how local community-based crisis intervention programmes save lives when they have the right support. The evidence is clear. Investment in mental health is not a cost, It's a commitment to the well-being and safety of every citizen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ciara. I call Gary Middleton.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the members for bringing this motion forward today. We're all aware, some painfully so, that Northern Ireland continues to face a mental health crisis of unprecedented scale. Our region continues to suffer from disproportionately high rates of suicide, self-harm and depression, worsened by poverty, social isolation and intergenerational trauma. The closure of Extern's Crisis Intervention Service in Foyle didn't close because it was ineffective. In fact, the opposite was true. Since its launch, it has supported over 3,500 individuals in distress in out-of-hours care. This was a critical support service which offered safety, listening ears, crisis de-escalation and links to longer-term support. Let us be straight in this chamber. The intervention service closed because the temporary funding model was piecemeal. Someone needed to say, we will make this work. We will make this a priority. In a system that talks endlessly about tackling the mental health crisis, the shutters came down. When all of us say we care about mental health, what does that mean in practice? If it means warm words every few months in this chamber, but cold shoulders when allocating health budgets, then we are not being honest with the public. If it means leaving the community and voluntary community to beg for survival year in, year out, then we are just adding to the inflation felt already within that sector. I've made the point before about how often we talk about the importance of mental health, about prevention and about the neighbourhood model, about the importance of having accessible services. But here we had a service embedded in the heart of the community, and rather than throwing the kitchen sink at it to retain it, it closed. And of course, what will happen? Further pressure will be placed on the health system that is already bursting at the seams and adding even more pressure into the system. So I ask the Minister what alternative support will now be provided, or will our emergency departments, our GPs and other services be squeezed even further? It feels when it comes to health that everything is now a priority and therefore nothing's a priority. Extern and the Crisis Intervention Service was embedded within our community. They had the trust of the people who needed it most, and those are the very people who have now been let down. We often hear about prevention, but in this case, short-term savings that come at the expense of long-term well-being are simply not savings at all. Minister, in response to my question to you on the 7th of October 2025, you said that the Community Crisis Intervention Service has had an important role in supporting vulnerable people, especially out of hours. I urge you, Minister, to support this service going forward.
Thank you. Much appreciated, Gary. I call Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The closure of Exeter's Community Crisis Intervention Service in Foyle is another symptom of a system entrenched in reactive policy making, lurching from crisis to crisis without ever addressing the deeper issues. The services that Mark mentioned, many of them out of hours, represent many people that have been helped, and undoubtedly lives have been saved. We do need a cross-cutting, person-centred approach to the budget, especially in health. We also need the Minister to move beyond words and into actioned interventions to address the mental health crisis we are facing. We've had a mental health strategy which was launched in 2021 that promised genuine transformation. Yet just last week on World Mental Health Day, it was announced that 80% of the strategy is now effectively shelved, and only 16% of its planned funding has been delivered. Is it any wonder that our mental health services remain in a state of eternal crisis? The Department has placed regional crisis services among some of its better funded actions, and yet here we are, watching a key regional crisis service collapse due to lack of funds. It's ironic in a sad way that most resources that are put into crisis and firefighting, while neglecting the very services that could prevent the crisis in the first place, allowing pressures to build up to the point where resources can no longer cope with the demand of patients in crisis. When we fail to fund intervention and ignore prevention, the pressure doesn't disappear, it grows. This is not the fault of crisis services, who provide invaluable care and are a lifeline to many, but a succession of ministers and years of political instability in this place that is failing to address the deep-rooted problems. This is reflective of health as a whole in Northern Ireland, the lion's share of the budget, yet in a system that so blatantly ignores prevention, it buckles under its own weight of inaction. These are not unavoidable tragedies, they are a predictable consequence of years of short-sighted policy. I understand the Minister has a limited budget and I understand the pressure he faces, and I don't doubt the intention of sincerity in his words or his desire to improve the system. But understanding the challenge is not the same as confronting it. If every health minister for the next 100 years stands in this chamber and admits their faults and empathises with the people, but continues to tackle each crisis as it comes, nothing will ever change. Without funding mental health strategies or setting aside pay provision for healthcare workers or changing policy to allow better progression for our nurses in their careers, then nothing will ever change. We will face nothing but failure and disappointment from one generation to the next. Minister after minister. The mental health crisis is about more than a cost with no context on a budget document. The cost of not preventing it is arguably much greater, and this needs to be addressed. Underfunding and cutting mental health services are easy to view as a budget line on a spreadsheet, but the people who need them, they are a lifeline and they prevent so many issues further on down the line. If we truly want to tackle Northern Ireland's growing mental health crisis, we must stop treating each service failure as an isolated event and start seeing the bigger picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. I call Alan Chambers.
Well, Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to contribute to this important debate today, and I want to begin by recognising the deeply held commitment across this chamber to improving mental health outcomes for our citizens. As the Minister said only yesterday on the media, there is now, thankfully, a much greater awareness and understanding of mental health in this chamber and broader society than there was only a decade ago. And so few, if any of us, can doubt the enormous role that the Community Crisis Intervention Service in Londonderry has delivered in recent years. The service has provided a vital lifeline to many people in distress, particularly in the North West area. The service has undoubtedly helped prevent moments of crisis in people's lives from escalating, and it's not an exaggeration at all to say that it likely saved multiple lives. We must also view this debate within the broader picture of mental health across Northern Ireland. Our region continues to face the highest rates of mental health, ill health in the UK, 25% higher than in England, and yet our spending on mental health services remains proportionately lower. That imbalance is unsustainable, and the Minister has said it's unsustainable. That is why he continues to press for budget allocations to be based on actual need, because when it comes to mental health, our level of need is clear for all to see. But nor can we ignore or underestimate the financial pressures that face the Department of Health. The difficult truth is that limited budgets mean that some things, no matter how worthy or valuable, don't receive the support that otherwise we would dearly love them to receive. While it is deeply disappointing that the CCIS has not been able to continue, I know that the Minister and his department have had to make extraordinary tough decisions within an overall budget shortfall of around £600 million. The funding that the CCIS received through the Mental Health Support Fund, over £500,000, was a welcome reprieve, but it was always intended as a one-off scheme, and I acknowledge the Minister's efforts in extending that support through reallocating other small pots of available cash. Services like the CCIS demonstrate the immense value of community-based interventions. We must learn from what has worked and ensure that future models of crisis care continue to reflect that person-centred approach. The Mental Health Strategy 2021-31 provide the framework for this, with its vision of regional crisis support and home treatment services, and are consistent, responsive and equitable. Even now, in its more targeted and focused form, progressing this vision must remain a shared priority across government. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to end by recognising the staff and volunteers who have given so much through CCIS. Their dedication has changed and indeed saved lives. The people of Northern Ireland deserve a system that responds to them when they are in crisis, wherever they live and whenever they need help. That must remain our collective goal. Thank you.
Time's up. Thank you, Alan. I call Padraig Delargy.
And there's so much I want to say on this, but I think the most important statistic is 3,500 people helped in 3.5 years. When Councillor Sandra Duffy and I met with Extern in July, the thing that they said, which is something that I hear every week, every day, every month as chair of the All-Party Group on Mental Health, is around the fact that the staff in those services don't want to hear platitudes. They want to see action, they want sustainability, they want the budget commitment, and those staff are being lost because there isn't that sustainability, because they are constantly being put on notice, because their jobs are constantly at risk. So I think with all these services we need to look at a sustainable and a long-term funding model. But this is particularly pertinent for Derry because, as has been mentioned already, in the last year funding has been cut for Northlands. Men's Action Network has closed, and this is just another one of many services which has been cut. And I think it is particularly pertinent in our area because people aren't just being discriminated against because of their mental health needs, but they're also being discriminated against because of their postcode, and that simply isn't good enough. So I would ask today, what is the solution to this that the Department of Health are coming up with? Are people going to sit in A&E? Because I have written a priority question to the Minister this morning. On Sunday past, the Altnagelvin waiting time was 3 times the average of any other emergency department across the north. And the other thing I would say about people who are using the Community Crisis Intervention Service is that if they don't have that service, they are going to sit in A&E, as happens multiple times, with armed police officers beside them, which totally undermines, totally takes away from all the work that we have done to take away the stigma and to destigmatise mental health. That only increases it, and it undoes the other work surrounding this and completely undermines the mental health strategy. Oh, I don't have time, but I would like to read a quote from a response given to Mr Middleton on this issue. I will continue to press for adequate resources to protect and expand services in the North West. Why is that response coming from the Health Minister? The Health Minister is the person with responsibility for this service. It's not good enough to abdicate responsibility. It's not good enough to allocate 5 to 6% of the overall health budget, over half of our entire budget in the North, to mental health, and then to talk about the fact that we need more budget. This is about the fact that the Department of Health refused to prioritise mental health services, refused to prioritise intervention services, and refused to prioritise services which are being cut in the North West. When we as members have asked for meetings after the closure of Men's Action Network and on the closure of this service, we've been told no. I want to see what solutions the Minister has, and I want to see what is being done to support people in crisis in the North West.
Thank you, Padraig. I call Diane Dodds.
Minister, like others in this chamber, I rise to express my disappointment at the closure of another community service. And while this is specific to Londonderry in the North West, and no doubt will be gravely, gravely missed in those areas, it is just a symptom of a greater problem across Northern Ireland, where community mental health services are not being treated in a fair and equitable way, and in a way which acknowledges their extreme importance. There are many, many people with a mental health problem who will go to that community resource because they know the person, because they know the organisation, before they will enter into a formal medical process. These are really important issues, really important facilities, and today we're talking about one in the North West, but if I talk to other people across Northern Ireland, I would find exactly the same issues. I suppose, Minister, as well, I want to also look at the problems with the mental health strategy. And last week we were told about the scaling back of the mental health strategy. But, Minister, you and your predecessor, Minister Swan, said that this strategy would take $1.2 billion to implement. And as far as I can gather from the figures that I have received, the combined total of money that has been forwarded to that strategy so far is around 12 million. That's 1% of what you and your predecessor said was required. Now that compares, Northern Ireland compares that we spend about 7% of our local health budget on mental health. That's well behind England at 11.4%, Scotland at 9.4%, and Wales at 13.3%. And Minister, again, like the previous speaker, it is not good enough to blame other ministers or other executive colleagues. This is about the priority that you put on mental health and the allocations that you actually give to this mental health strategy. And I think that that is important to reflect upon today. Can I also just say, because it reflects the issues that we see. In an answer to me earlier this year, you gave me statistics for the actual occupancy for mental health beds in hospitals. And the latest statistics that were available then were from March earlier this year. And they varied from 102 to 123%. With the closure of community resources,
Diane,
that will get worse. Sorry, thank you.
Sorry about that. Sorry. I call Timothy Gaston.
Deputy Speaker, there is no doubt that the closure of Externs Community Crisis Centre will leave a glaring hole in provision in the North West. Indeed, I share with other members the frustration at its closure, but without immediate action, they'll sadly not be the last. Opened in 2019 as a pilot project under the umbrella of Derry City and Strabane Council, media reports suggest that in the following 6 years, the centre was in receipt of approximately $650,000 from the Department of Health. No doubt a worthy cause, but yet here we are talking about its closure and a closure of this vital frontline community service, in parallel with the scaling back of Stormont's very own mental health strategy. Principal Deputy Speaker, this House needs an urgent focusing of minds on this issue. Turning Point NI, a Ballymena-based charity in my own constituency, also do vital work in crisis intervention. They face the very same issues that led to the demise of Externs Centre, and yet they remain similarly unfunded and have regrettably never received monetary support from a Stormont department, despite lobbying from MLAs and even a visit from the Health Minister himself. Over a 4-year period, Turning Point have carried out 1,476 referrals from the Trust at a cost of £400,000. Whilst I welcome the Health Minister's commitment to sharpening of our focus to maximise impact within the resources available, I again repeat my calls for Turning Point NI to be granted some of that resource others have got, lest they suffer a similar fate to the group at the heart of this motion today. It is notable that other funders, such as the National Lottery, no longer provide monies to support Tier 3 and Tier 4 work. The most urgent and critical within the sector, and it's now more important than ever that our ministerial departments recognise and react to that stark reality. Why should these organisations rely on grants to provide core NHS services? Northern Ireland has many organisations who work tirelessly every day, literally saving lives through crisis intervention. It is high time, Health Minister, you find a lasting, strategic way to fund their efforts at the very heart of our communities.
Thank you, Timothy. Our next speaker will be the Minister for Health to respond to the debate, a ministry of up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thanks to everybody who spoke in the debate. Let me be very clear, I very much regret what has happened to the Community Crisis Intervention Service. As has been pointed out, they've helped over 3,400 people through one-to-one interventions since 2021. But before turning to the detail of the situation, it might be helpful to speak to the wider context of mental health, given so many members have turned to it as well as this specific. Northern Ireland has the highest prevalence of mental health problems in the United Kingdom, 25% higher overall prevalence of mental health problems compared to England, and the proportion of the budget here in Northern Ireland devoted to mental health is around 6%, which is half that of England. Underlying this are high levels of social determinants of mental ill health, poverty, poor housing, domestic violence, economic inactivity. And in 2008, 39% of the population in Northern Ireland reported experiencing a traumatic event which was related to our 30 years of conflict. And members will know I am determined to do something about mental health, as I've campaigned on it since being elected to this House in 2011. So I think it does point to the fact that we are facing a financial crisis within the Department of Health. So on the question of funding for CCIS, as one member has pointed out, it was initially Derry and Strabane District Council who funded it as a pilot from 2018 to 2021. There was some support from the Health and Social Care Board in 2020 by way of £27,000 and subsequently some funding from my department to allow the project to continue. From autumn 21 to March of this year, Extern received £504,989 from the Mental Health Support Fund via the Community Foundation. Now, this was a one-off, 3-year scheme to support mental health organisations funded using unspent COVID-19 funds, and with all the resources allocated and the well-documented position of my department in terms of the budget, that has now ended. A further 42,300 of non-recurrent funding was identified from within my department to allow an extension until June of this year, but unfortunately, with our ongoing extreme budget challenges, no further funds could be found. Via Extern, CCIS then applied to the Core Grant Scheme for the 25-26 funding round, but was not successful. And I want to turn to this, Principal Deputy Speaker, because 2 members have said that the Department withdrew funding, as if that was a deliberate act by the Department. It was not. It is inaccurate and it is unfair to suggest it was. When I looked at the Core Grant Scheme when I was appointed Minister, it was frozen. I wanted to bring it back, but I also wanted to review it because it hadn't changed in over 20 years. No charity set up in the past 20 years could have applied to the old scheme. We worked with NICVA, the Council for Voluntary Action, who facilitated workshops where we got the voluntary and community sector to tell us how it should be redesigned. And it is an unfortunate fact that when Northlands applied, they were unsuccessful. We didn't withdraw our funds from Northlands. We didn't withdraw the funds from CCIS. They were simply unsuccessful in their applications. I'll give way.
Thanks to the Minister for giving way. Minister, you mentioned that the Department had not removed funds from the Core Grant Scheme. The Core Grant Scheme, when it was initially set up, was £3.6 million per year, and it was halved to £1.8 million per year. So many groups and services who deliver very vital services across Northern Ireland lost the ability to continue to do that work. We've heard that Northern Ireland has 25% higher prevalence.
Donny, you're not. This isn't a second opportunity for a speech. Intervention's too long, Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The member misinterprets or misheard me. I said we did not withdraw funds from Northlands or the CCIS, and that is the case. The Western Trust Home Treatment Team offers crisis support, so I'm moving on to what is available, alongside GP out-of-hours provision, emergency departments, and then there's still a range of community and voluntary sector partners. Lifeline, of course, provides round-the-clock community assistance. Over the summer, we saw the publication of the new Protect Life 2 action and implementation plans. They will substantially enhance our efforts to try to reduce suicide and self-harm. Budgets, I have to say, remain a significant challenge. I've reallocated around £300,000 of funding to year 1 of the action plan. This is to promote awareness raising and prevention and to support local work in delivering the Protect Life strategy actions right across Northern Ireland. In addition, Ernst & Young have reviewed the scale and scope of the community and voluntary sector. That's across Northern Ireland. That will enable a greater analysis of this sector's provision and how it can work in partnership to try to achieve positive outcomes. A regional mental health liaison and crisis response home treatment care network has also been set up that has a focus on pathways, on operating procedures, on thresholds, on documentation, on information, on training and equity. Service improvements will be progressed to ensure timely mental health assessment of those presenting in need to emergency departments and to ensure we have a regionally equitable crisis response and home treatment service providing acute mental health care in the community as an alternative to psychiatric hospital admission.
So I appreciate your comments, Minister. And how do you think that would work in practice when in Altnagelvin A&E people are already waiting 3 times as long? So I appreciate the fact that you're talking about emergency department and emergency response, but that simply isn't practical in Altnagelvin. So I would be grateful if you could explain how that will work.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I take the member's point, but you've got to separate out what is happening in the community and what is happening in the hospitals. And my overall aim, together with the Permanent Secretary, is to move health and social care as close as possible to people's front door, if not delivering at home. And these services are about trying to get people, get them services as close to their front door as possible and keep them out of hospital. And that is not something we're going to do in a day or a week or a year. So in addition, let me say that there's a cross-departmental coordination action group that was established some time ago, October 2023, and it was done by the Mental Health Champion to consider crisis services and suicide prevention in Derry/Londonderry, and to develop actions to address suicide prevention along with other relevant issues at the river and at the bridges in the city. And let me just say, the Mental Health Champion is something that I campaigned for many years ago. Previously, I took a debate into this chamber and was unsuccessful. But when Robin Swan took over the ministry, we were able to appoint Professor Siobhan. And let me say, to appoint an independent mental health champion was no small thing, because she's now able to stand up, as she did last week, and criticise the mental health strategy and the lack of delivery of the mental health strategy. And that only happened because I and then Robin Swan pressed for Siobhan O'Neill to be appointed as a mental health champion, well, to have a mental health champion who turned out to be Professor Siobhan O'Neill. Last thought, I'm afraid I have to return to the department's overall financial position. We are facing the most significant shortfall the department has ever faced, around £600 million. It is unprecedented, and frankly, it is unmanageable. And I warn again, we need 200 million of that 600 to action the pay parity, which was first a commitment, a New Decade, New Approach, but was subsequently endorsed by the Northern Ireland Executive. And if we can't do that, we are going into potentially uncharted waters in terms of industrial and strike action. So I apologise to members that I'm not doing as much as I would like to do in mental health, but it is not for lack of trying, it is for lack of resource, and it is for the lack of funding. And there is no quick or easy fix. I have had a meeting today looking at next year's financial position. It's bleak. There's no other way to put it. It is bleak. So we are in for rough waters over the rest of this mandate.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Cara Hunter to wind up on the debate on the motion, and to advise you, Cara, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I will endeavour to get as many members' comments in as I can within 5 minutes. Members, I had the privilege of visiting the Community Crisis Intervention Service. They had different locations over the past few years, and I had the chance of meeting at different times staff that they've had, and I just have to say they were absolutely exceptional. I got to see what an unbelievable resource that it was, how well used it was. And one thing I liked about it was open in the hours of, at one point, 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. And I found that those were the hours if somebody was facing a mental health crisis or feelings of suicidality. This was like a totally unique, different approach to best support them. It was non-judgmental, and it was right there at point of need. And particularly for many vulnerable young people who go on nights out, who maybe have too many drinks or perhaps take a substance, this was a place which had no shame, no judgment, and it was extremely well used. And I think the statistics spoken about by other members really speak to the community really loved having that resource. We're devastated, as am I on a human level, that it has closed. Today our motion is to reaffirm something fundamental, a core value of the SDLP, which is really focused on committed to tackling the lack of mental health support available in the North. I think Padraig made a fantastic point about police time, and if you speak with police, so much of their time and their effort and their shifts go into sitting in A&E. They know it's not the most appropriate place for someone who's facing suicidality. The families of those with a vulnerable individual know it's not the right place, and for the CCIS, that was the perfect location where we could take those vulnerable people at some of the lowest points in their lives and provide them somewhere confidential and safe to go to, where staff are well educated, well connected in the area, trained with de-escalation, and can help acutely suicidal individuals. And if you've lost someone to suicide, you can really painfully clearly see why resources like this are so crucial. When the funding ends, support ends, and this left so many without support and feeling that nobody cares about them. And then we had the doors closed at this incredible facility, and I fear it really sent the wrong message. For some, it felt it had validated their feelings that they don't matter, and that's the last thing that we want. This was a de-escalation lifeline for the people of the Northwest, and if you've been in the Northwest, there often is a real sense of hopelessness. Recently, I attended Northlands, and the department used to fund them. Now there was challenges with that, and for the CCIS to close, for the Northlands funding to have dropped, for those who face dual diagnosis of addiction and mental illness, this is just a nightmare. And it's a nightmare for the families who love them, and it's just so many struggles. The struggles of the people in the Northwest are so severe. Many vulnerable constituents in my constituency have experienced many issues and have gone to the Community Crisis Intervention Service, from family breakdown to enduring domestic violence, grief, young people in care, those who are victims of sexual violence, or, as Gary Middleton actually rightfully mentioned, those who have been impacted by transgenerational trauma, and I know that's something the Minister had alluded to as well. Danny Donnelly rightfully mentioned the feeling of we're constantly feeling like we're firefighting. And Ciara Ferguson had mentioned just how valued this service was for the people of Derry and how badly it is needed. Being a Northwest representative, I feel I can't talk about mental health without talking about regional balance. It's really important to highlight here, and the long-standing inequalities that Derry and Strabane have faced. And my father's from Strabane and would kill me if I didn't mention Strabane here. Those who are exposed to deprivation also face the greatest mental health burden, with up to 3 times more likely to take their own lives. And I find that just devastating. And it ties in actually with our debate earlier on child poverty as well. Yet sadly, at a time where there is that sense of hopelessness in the Northwest, we have seen a closure of this vital resource. Alan Chambers rightfully mentioned the importance of money. And Minister, I know your heart is in the right place and that you don't have a magic money tree and the pressure is on your shoulders, but I and my party are asking you today to urgently look at restarting this life-saving project to really help the people of the Northwest who are facing poverty, who are facing mental illness, who are facing addiction, who are struggling to get detox services, who are struggling to feed their families. This is a vital resource when people are feeling suicidal, and we'll do all we can to try and get it back up and running, and we need you to help us, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Cara. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, could you take your ease for a moment?
Let's rock and roll. Item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is the Assembly do now adjourn. And in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Colin Gildernew to raise the matter of post-19 adult respite provision at Woodlawn House, Dungannon. I call on Colin Gildernew. You will have up to 15 minutes. Colin, over to you.
Last can call you and thank the Minister for attending this adjournment debate today. A really important adjournment debate, Minister. And I'll give you a bit of the background just to put it in some context. But Woodlawn House is the respite centre for adult learning disability in the Southern Trust. When I first became an MLA, there were significant issues going on within that sector in relation to underspends and money going back. I worked with your colleague, with Robin Swan, in that role, in his role and my role within health, and got a resolution, or at least a partial resolution, to that issue. However, there has been a long-running saga of incidents ever since with this centre. And I suppose I want to underpin my remarks by saying many of the families who are involved and who badly need this respite are dealing with very complex loved ones, and they themselves are now increasingly very much older themselves and really struggling in that context. A number of years ago, one of the issues that arose was a complete closure of Woodlawns as a result of a person from children's disability needing to use the facility. And all of the families are fully understanding of the need to meet people's needs. However, that created a significant level of disruption off the back of what I had spoke about in terms of the underspend. It also led to the RQAA putting in a change of purpose for the facility, which has never been fully addressed, and families feel that is now detrimental to their care needs. Families are frequently being told here, and like I've had them on my way home from this building, I've had families ringing me to say on a Wednesday or Thursday that the respite that they had been scheduled and agreed would happen on the Friday night was being cancelled. Just devastating for them. I don't even know what to say to them in that circumstances. I do want to emphasise that I and none of the families believe this is to do with staff. Staff are doing their absolute best. However, a series of complications and complexity have left it a difficult situation. There's been turnover of staff, turnover of management, but the pressures keep falling back onto the families. I'm told that the current situation is that many families have reduced hours. One family I was speaking to today was supposed to get 2 weeks, 4 weeks this year, has only got 2. Another family who I spoke to recently, out of I think about maybe something in the region of 60 days, they got only 1/3 of that in the period of time that they were allocated. Really difficult at the present time is the reality that families are working now on the basis of they get a phone call today or tomorrow to be told you can take some respite in 2 or 3 days' time, and if you don't take that, it's gone. So they can't plan, they can't arrange holidays, they can't arrange proper breaks, and all the rest of it. I have raised this many times with the senior team in the Southern Health and Social Care Trust. I've met with them individually. Every time that I have met with them, they've said, listen, we think we have this actually reasonably well cracked. We're recruiting extra staff. We think we've got the management stabilised. It's always, and we always accept that, and we always say, hopefully that is the case, because we're really desperate, as are the families, for a solution. But it continues to raise its head, and it continues to be a problem, and families are continuing to be let down. And I'm really concerned, and the regrettable thing about that is, if any one of these situations were to break down irreparably, the cost of that would be so much greater than supporting the carers as we have it now. So I get a very clear sense, Minister, that you are aware of the issues and that you're very much, I'm sure, concerned about them, especially given your focus on shift left, which I very much welcome. I'm aware, I've learned recently, just in the last number of hours, that I think the department are doing a consultation in Newry next week, and some of the families will be at that. I'm appealing for your staff to listen and to talk to those families. I'm also asking, this is my key purpose today, Minister, I'm asking you to take a personal interest in this and to see if we can find a resolution. What I think needs to happen is that we actually need to over-recruit to some degree staff to ensure the cover's there. Now, I know with all your budgetary problems, that's easier said than done, and I'm not gainsaying that. But I'm saying the amount of families here who are being desperately let down, and I'm concerned about them being burnt out, and I think there are situations where some of them have been burnt out, and I'm very concerned some of them will be. So I'm asking you to take a personal interest to work with the Southern Trust, work with families, meet with families if you can, and certainly I know your senior staff are probably going to be meeting with some of them in the next wee while. Families are afraid in some situations even to engage in case they get reassessed out of what they've already had, and they're kind of I think in a very precarious position in that sense. So the other thing I would like to say is I would very, very heartily invite you to come up to Woodlawn, and I will go along with you to speak to staff, speak to residents, speak to service users, and speak to their families if that's possible. Thank you, Minister.
Very much, Dean Colin. Thank you. All speakers will now have approximately 7 minutes. I call on Owen Tennyson. Owen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. May I begin by thanking Colin Gildernew for bringing this important debate to the Assembly, and also thank the Minister for being here to respond. This is an important issue which touches so many lives, but which so often doesn't get the prominence it deserves in public debate. And whilst I'm not a Fermanagh South Tyrone MLA, I'm an Upper Bann representative, and many of my constituents also rely on the services at Woodlawn House. And like the previous speaker, I regularly hear stories from constituents about the challenges that they have faced accessing respite care and the reduction in service at Woodlawn and the impact that that is having. And behind each of those stories is a carer who hasn't had a full night's sleep in months, a family juggling work, love and responsibility, and an individual with complex needs who isn't being treated with the dignity, joy and compassion that they deserve. For these families, respite care is not just a service, it is a lifeline. It's the difference between surviving and truly thriving, and they're being failed, and we all have a collective responsibility to do better. And I want to stress, as Colin Gildernew did, that this is no slight or criticism of the staff. Every constituent I have dealt with has been keen to emphasise that the staff go over and above to care for their loved ones in very difficult circumstances. And I'm also conscious that the challenges around staff recruitment and retention at Woodlawn don't just pile additional pressure on the families, but on the remaining staff there who are left to pick up the pieces and juggle that service. Earlier this year, I engaged with the Southern Trust about services at Woodlawn, and they had advised me at that point that up to June 2025, in that year, 9 staff had left their posts at Woodlawn. That's a turnover of almost 30% of staff. There's also been a significant reduction in service due to maternity leave and sickness absences. And whilst safe staffing levels must, of course, be our priority, I'd be grateful if the Minister could outline what steps have been undertaken to gain insight into what is driving that significant turnover, and what consideration has been given to things like pay and conditions. I know the Department has undertaken or attempted to undertake recruitment at Band 5 nurse level and at Band 3 healthcare assistant level, and they have cited the challenges of people withdrawn prior to interview, and even some post-interview challenges in terms of overseas applicants around issues like visas and other matters. And I would be curious as to whether the febrile atmosphere and febrile debate and toxic debate around immigration is having any bearing on our ability to attract overseas staff into that sector, because I know the Southern Trust relies very heavily on that overseas recruitment. Due to those critical staffing levels, the number of operational days at Woodlawn have reduced significantly. Since June, services have reduced to 5 nights as opposed to the usual 7, with no clear timeline for a return to full service levels. Again, there seems to be a lack of clarity from the Department about what interim provision will be put in place to support those families, whether there are any alternatives that can be made available whilst these operational issues persist. Worse than the reduced operational days at Woodlawn, however, is the functioning of the cancellation policy. And again, like the previous speaker, I have spoken to families who have been given a glimmer of hope when they have secured a slot for respite, only for that hope to be dashed and that slot to be taken away at very short notice. And that late cancellation makes it impossible for those families to plan, to rest, or often to access the healthcare and support that they themselves need, because we know many of these families will be planning to put a loved one into respite in order that they can go and access their own healthcare appointments. And I understand that there has been an endeavour to engage and consult with carers and families about the issues at Woodlawn, and again would welcome any update from the Minister on that process so far. Care as a whole is so often undervalued in our society, and respite is not a peripheral concern. It is central to the delivery of a compassionate health service, protecting well-being and ensuring those with complex needs are not overlooked or left behind in our society. So I would urge the Minister to take a personal interest and to commit to a clear, time-bound plan for restoring full services at Woodlawn House, to ensure the cancellation policy is acting effectively and compassionately with carers at its heart, and also to ensure that the right support is made available in the interim and communicated transparently. We owe it to these families to do better, to listen, to act and deliver the care and dignity that they deserve. And whilst budgets are stretched, and I accept that, that can be no excuse for failing to deliver the very basics that these families deserve. So I hope this can be the start of setting us on a better trajectory in relation to this issue, and I look forward to the Minister's response. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker. And thank you to the member for bringing forward what I think is a very important motion. I know that my colleague Deborah Erskine would like to have been here to discuss this, but as the previous speaker has said, as a member for Upper Bann, this facility actually caters for many of our constituents, including some from as far away as my hometown in Banbridge. So it is a very widely used facility across the Southern Trust. It also is one that provides a lifeline. And I know, Minister, that you know this and you get this as a really important issue. But we need to look after the families who look after people in such challenging circumstances. Families will do their utmost for their loved one, but sometimes it's really important that they just get that break from caring so that they can do other things for themselves. And ultimately, if that break from caring is not available, then care in the family home can break down. And you know that the ultimate consequence of that is that the services, health services, will have to assume responsibility. So it's almost an unwise thing to have a situation that we're facing in Woodlawn. I was reviewing, and Deborah provided me with some statistics that she'd been looking at in relation to this. So in March of this year, 24 short breaks were cancelled in Woodlawn, and another 7 were shortened. In the following month, 23 short breaks were cancelled, with another 5 having the length of stay reduced. Last month, 10 short breaks were cancelled, with 6 having the length of stay reduced. And the reason that has been given has been staff shortages, vacancies, sickness, maternity leave, and supporting individuals who are doing other training in relation to this. And more worryingly than that, in a recent update, you provided, Minister, to say that it was unlikely that 8 posts at Woodland would be filled in the near future, and that comprises of 4 Band 5 nurses and 4 senior nursing assistants. And that is extremely worrying, given the level of cancellation of breaks, shortage of breaks, and the impact that that then has on families. And I really would like, in your response, Minister, that you would address some of those issues, because I know some of those families will be listening to this debate today, and they will want to hear something more than we're doing our best. Can I just, in closing, maybe ask for an explanation around the issues in the Southern Trust? The Southern Trust is one of the trusts that has been more successful than other trusts in introducing a wide range of breaks for families with needs and a need for respite. And in a response that you gave to me earlier this year, around about a third of all money used and allocated for respite went to the Southern Trust. Now, that may be that we are supporting in the Southern Trust a wider range of people requiring respite, but it would be interesting if we could actually have some further breakdown of those figures and why some of that cannot be allocated to this really, really important facility. Minister, again on a wider point, and I think it is important, it is linked to it. Earlier in the year, you allocated 13 million to families with really high support needs. And I think that it would be useful for this House if there could be a breakdown of how that 13 million is spent. How much of the 2 million, I think, was spent in the previous financial year and the allocations for this financial year. These allocations, I think it's fair to say that the people that they were aimed at were slightly annoyed that they felt that it didn't really address their issues. And while there's been some changes in the amount of short breaks that are available, they have not addressed the issues of those breaks for individuals and families who have young people and children with very high and complex needs. So again, some information around that 13 million would be really useful. I fully acknowledge the intent in getting this money out, the struggle to find that new money, but we really need to make sure that the money is allocated in a way that best serves the needs of people with very high and complex needs. Minister, I personally think that this is one of the most important issues that we could debate in this House. There are many families across Northern Ireland who during COVID managed on their own 24/7 and never had any help. And again, I would ask that you lay information before the House of how many of these respite facilities are now open, even at pre-COVID levels. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Aoife Finnegan. Aoife.
And I want to thank the member for bringing this very important issue that has caused real worry and distress for the families in the Southern Trust area. And one that speaks to a wider failure in how we support people with additional needs and their carers. Just last week, an 80-year-old mother contacted me in desperation. Her daughter, now 40 years of age, has complex and additional needs and attends Woodlawn House in Dungannon. For that mother, Woodlawn is not simply a service, it is her lifeline, her only respite, the few hours of relief that allow her to keep going. But she told me that Woodlawn provision is being cancelled on a regular basis. Think about that. An elderly woman who has devoted her entire life for caring for her daughter now faces uncertainty and exhaustion every single week, never knowing if her one short break she depends on will actually happen. And her story isn't unique. One of my constituents in South Armagh, a young man with additional needs, is regularly offered a dementia care unit for respite, a setting not appropriate for his needs, and highlights the lack of suitable specialised provision for adults with complex needs. Families right across our communities, mothers, fathers and sisters and so on, are holding the line every single day, and they do that out of love, but they cannot be expected to do it alone. When respite is withdrawn, the placements are cancelled. It is the carers who carry the burden, and it's the most vulnerable who suffer. Woodlawn is a vital facility. It was established to provide short breaks to prevent crises. But it is now under immense strain, not because of any failure by staff who do incredible work, but because the system around them is broken. And this is not acceptable morally, financially or socially. Morally, because every person with additional and complex needs deserves to live with stability, dignity and continuity of care. Financially, because out-of-area placements are costing millions that could be invested in strengthening local services, and socially because families are being pushed to breaking point with the not knowing if they will get suitable respite provision for their loved ones. And this is not what compassionate care looks like. This is not suitable and it's not good enough. We need urgent action, not more reviews, but real investments and reform. Woodlawn needs a guaranteed continuity of service and ensure that respite is protected, not treated as optional. Behind every statistic is a person. We cannot turn away from this. We owe it to those families to do better, to protect respite, to strengthen Woodlawn and other centres like it, and to make sure that every person with additional and complex needs is supported, valued and given the opportunity to live their best possible life. That is what these families deserve, and that is what we must deliver. Gurmila Mayoga.
Thank you very much, Adonia. And I call on the Minister. And Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
10.
10.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'll cut straight to the chase. Mr Gildennew says, will I come and visit Woodlawn? Yes, I will. Of course I will. I will come and I will speak to residents, I will speak to the workforce, I will speak to carers, I'll speak to parents. I get out and about every week. It's really important to me because you sit behind that desk in castle buildings and you do paperwork and you have internal meetings. It's not real until you get out into health and social care delivery settings. So I'll be more than happy. The diary's pretty chock-a-block, so it might take a little bit of time, but it's important for me to do it. You mentioned a meeting next week. I take it that's the consultation we're doing on the learning disability service model. Really important, and I encourage everybody who has an interest to attend one of those public meetings, because this may set the template for how we do business for a good number of years to come. When I speak to service users, and I do a lot, I speak to mums, I speak to the workforce who are working in this area, I speak to officials, of course, in the department, and there is a common theme about how this service is delivered, or the state of the service. And it's summed up in one word: fragility. It's really fragile. People go off sick, people go off on maternity leave, the workforce are unavailable. It's fragile, it breaks down. Somebody comes from out of the blue with really severe learning difficulties and they need residential rather than short break, and a home can be closed for short breaks. The entire home potentially can be closed for short breaks. And I agree with Mr Gildennew to be concerned about families, concerned about burnout. And he knows and I know, if you speak to those parents particularly, the biggest concern: what happens when I'm gone? Is my son, is my daughter going to be okay? And that's what keeps them up at night. And of course it does, because it's their loved ones. The 13 million that Mrs Dodds mentioned, she'll have to write to me, because I'm not going to be able to give her chapter and verse, but she's not shy about writing to the Minister of Health. So I think some of the circumstances in Woodlawn House are unique, but a lot of it is universal, and it's based around that fact that it is a very fragile service, in that it takes very little to happen of an unexpected nature, and it throws us into chaos. And Mr Gildennew again said, you know, wouldn't it be great if we had spare capacity, not least in the workforce? In an ideal world, of course, it would be great if we had beds, if we had facilities and we had workforce that were there to be tapped into when one of these things occur. If I went back to the department, I will give way, I went back to the department and suggested, with the shortfall in the budget we have, that we start having capacity sitting around waiting, I think I would be in for a random drugs test.
So that's not what I'm asking for, Minister. I'm asking for an appropriate amount of staff to cover what we now know is a pattern of failure. So what I'm saying is, if the current cohort are not meeting the needs and it's collapsing on such a regular basis, then that cohort is not enough. That's where I'm looking at the additional capacity to be assessed and recruited, so that the facility continues to function and cancellations are not coming in at the last minute, and we're not seeing one or two members of staff off and then the whole place closes. That's what I'm asking for.
Well, I very much appreciate the clarification. I apologise, I did misinterpret. I thought you meant we would have additional capacity. So let me give an overview of the challenges particularly faced by Woodland House, then the action taken by the Trust and my officials, and then the wider strategic work that's underway to try and address the clear gap in capacity versus demand in short breaks for people with learning disability. I want to be clear to families, because they may well be listening, and the people who we support, that we need to increase provision in Woodlawn and indeed overall residential short break capacity right across Northern Ireland. A model and a plan have been developed to achieve this regional change. This is currently the one I've just mentioned, the Learning Disability Service Model, out to consultation. So Woodland House is a nursing-led statutory facility, and it gives short breaks for adults with learning disability. The purpose-built home, it has 8 beds, including a separate unit that can offer support to those with the most complex needs. It opened in 2008. Since then, it's played a really important role in supporting adults with learning disabilities that have complex medical needs, and that's why it's nursing-led. And of course, there can be a lack of alternatives when provision is impacted, and I'm aware of the temporary closure in December 2023, and that was to accommodate an emergency placement, as I said earlier, and I'll address this, I'll come back to that again. Since March of this year, it's been operating at a reduced capacity, and that's due to a staffing shortage, and I think that's at the core of the issues with Woodland. At the time the matter was escalated to the department, Southern Trust were reporting a staffing deficit, this is quite shocking, of 60 to 70%. There were multifaceted reasons: staff lost to sickness absence, to maternity, and to career progression. But it's a really significant gap in staffing, and of course it resulted in a reduction of service necessary to maintain the safety of the staff and the people we were supporting. It was a regrettable decision, but we had to be mindful. Woodlawn supports people with very complex needs, and they require a fully staffed, multidisciplinary team. Since that point, the Trust has undertaken several exercises to try to address the staff deficit, to restore provision, and where possible to find alternative placements across other residential and nursing units. Officials have received an update from the Trust on the current position and work ahead to fully remobilise this service. So 3 additional Band 5 nurses have been recruited, and they've taken up post this month. That's good news. The Trust also used bank and agency staff. However, regulations and standards are clear. The service needs to be delivered by substantive staff to ensure continuity of care, to reflect the complex medical needs that are supported at Woodlawn. The Trust now have plans for a further Band 3 recruitment, and an open day will be held in Woodlawn on the 16th of the month, that's this Thursday. Band 2 trainee posts are also being introduced to recruit individuals keen to work in the care sector. It's envisaged they will progress to become Band 3 nursing assistant or healthcare assistants in due course. Additional processes were put in place to promote safety for the people supported and for the staff. Enhanced governance structures, senior management visibility and staff engagement have been put in place to better understand the staffing issues and to inform changes to the services and to future recruitment. Weekly allocation meetings are in place to ensure provision is prioritised on a clinical and social basis. It's not a desirable position, but it was needed to ensure people can access a short break where this need cannot be met elsewhere. Families were engaged in the process and will continue to be engaged. The Trust have commissioned additional beds in other units. These won't be suitable for all families, but they have been offered and accepted by some. Lastly, where possible, self-directed support has been used to provide alternative support to families in lieu of short breaks. I will assure members my department will continue to monitor and request regular updates from the Trust regarding progress towards restoring full service delivery at pace, but it has to be within a safe and appropriate level of staffing. In my remaining time, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to turn to the question of the impact of societal unrest on our international colleagues. I say to Mr. Tennyson, I think we have yet to bottom out the potential impact of that, but clearly it gives me huge concerns about retention in the first place of international colleagues, but also recruitment. I mean, if you are sitting somewhere like we have recruited a lot of doctors from India, particularly into the Southern Trust, actually, and I met a lot of them down at Daisy Hill, and some of them, of course, are working at Craigavon, and they're really good people. But if you're sitting in India and you're being asked, would you be interested in a recruitment campaign to come to Northern Ireland, and you go on your social media, you go on your search engine, it's not a very attractive proposition. To have to put a sign in your doorway or your front window that says, you know, I'm a Filipino or I'm working for the Health and Social Care Service is truly biblical. It's the Passover. It is literally the Passover. It is, pass me by, please. I'm okay. That is no way to run a health service. So in my final seconds, I finish where I begin. I look forward to working with Mr. Gildernew and in visiting Woodlawn and speaking to the appropriate people.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Colin. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The Assembly is adjourned. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.